Hello everyone, I'm going to give you offer related to CCI lab. In this lab, what you will find, so let me quickly show you that. In this lab, you have multiples switches. You can see you have more than 16 switches, 20 routers. You have SD-WAN full-fledged lab. Actually, this is complete CCI Enterprise 1.0 lab, where you can do section 1, section 2, section 3. Maybe you know that in CCI exam, you have 3 different sections. Means already sections are defined, but generally these 3 sections that students are practicing. And in this 3 sections, you can perform everything, all the tasks you can perform in this particular EVE-NG lab. You can see the version and the supported images. This is exact match that we have in the exam as well. So for example, for SD-WAN, you need to work on vEdges and the vManage. Release is 18.4. That's the same release we have in the exam as well. So this will be your very much similar lab setup that you have in your CCI exam for your practice purpose. Now, what you can't do in this lab, you can't do lab related to DNA because in this EVE-NG lab, we don't have Cisco DNAC integration, and you can't do ISE lab as well because in this we don't have ISE integration as well. For that practice, you need full-fledged online rake from any good place. You can go and have it. But apart from that, apart from 2.1, 2.2, actually, you can go and perform all the tasks. Even if you are not practicing for your CCI exam, for example, you are practicing for your CCNP and you want to check your OSPF knowledge, BGP knowledge, MPLS knowledge, SD-WAN knowledge, all those tasks you can go and perform in this lab. With this lab, I'm providing the video guide, how to do all those tasks. Even we have the lab guide as well. So you can simply follow those guide. You can simply go and complete all those tasks. Suppose if you are new to the technology, so I have multiple free videos in YouTube and Udemy that you can go and refer to upskill your knowledge, to learn the technology, and then simply you can go and use this particular lab and you can break any CCNP, CCI exam. Means you will pass it easily. Now, what is the cost? And these are the sections that we have in the CCI exam. So what is the cost of this? Because I'm offering this for the students, so I put very little a small cost here. So you have to pay only 150 USD to get this particular software. And how you can go and get it, you have to email me. So my email address, you can send me one email request. Let me write here, Ratnesh721, Kumar721 @gmail.com. Just email me and send me the request, and I will give you this particular nice software, full-fledged software, EVE-NG software, or the file where you can go and practice your CCNA, CCNP, CCI, SD-WAN, full-fledged SD-WAN is there. So if you can go and watch my YouTube videos, in YouTube I have 22 hours SD-WAN video recording file and so many SD-WAN videos I have uploaded in YouTube. Those YouTube videos also you need some lab setup, right, to practice. So even if you're not preparing for your CCNP or CCI, simply you want to learn Cisco SD-WAN, you can go watch my free videos in YouTube, use this particular lab setup, and you can perform your SD-WAN. You can become master in the SD-WAN. Likewise, if you're preparing for CCNP, in CCNP, again, we know that we have N-core and one elective. For that also, you can go and perform all the tasks related to routing and switching, OSPF, BGP, everything in this lab. It's a full-fledged lab. So I will recommend you to send this email right away. Take this particular lab, practice, enhance your skill, and become very good in the market so you will get high paid salaries. All right. After that, you go and watch the technology video. Thanks for watching. Hi everyone. Thanks for subscribing my channel. What I have done, because you guys are looking for documents as well, so I created this new blog site, giganetworkers.in. What you can do, once you are logged into this particular website, web page, then you can go to this section called Secure Your Enterprise. And suppose if you are looking for cybersecurity related documents material, you can go inside cybersecurity. In this case, we are going to learn about ISE basics and architecture. So you can go and click to ISE, Cisco ISE. Once you are inside Cisco ISE, you can see I have uploaded part 1, part 2, and few of the contents related to ISE certification. So if you are looking for part 1 of ISE document, you can go and click. You can see your new link will come here where you can go and check all these slides related to the presentation. Now these are the master files, so maybe exactly whatever I am delivering in the video, they will not find as slide 1 to slide 10, etc. But what you can do, you can navigate and you can see that which portion actually I am explaining inside my video. So these are the good reference document that you can go and get from these links. So I hope that you will like my video and this documentation as well, and it will help you to gain more knowledge insights inside Cisco security appliances and Cisco security certifications as well. Next topic, we have to understand about ISE architecture and various components. So let's understand. Basically in ISE you'll find that we have 4 major components. We have PSN, that is nothing but the service node. We have administration node, that is PAN. We have MNT, that is monitoring. And then we have policy exchange grid or PXE grid. Okay, so these nodes, now again I'm going to define that what does it mean by node, what does it mean by personas, what type of services we have, what network resources, endpoint and role. Each and everything we are going to understand, but this point of time we should understand the service, that's PSN, administration, that PAN, MNT, monitoring and PXE grid. Mostly in the production environment, as you'll find that you have to understand at least PSN, PAN and MNT. So let's understand one by one each and everything. First thing, let's start with the node. What is definition of node? Now this node can be physical instance or can be virtual. So you can deploy the OVA file, or maybe you may have some ISO files that you can extract and install over the virtual images or hypervisors, etc. Okay, so it may be hardware, it may be virtual. We have OVA files. We have so many OVA files, and if you go and check the Cisco download page, you'll find that is starting from generation 1 and then 2, and now we are somewhere in 2.7. One of the popular release for ISE is 2.4, and we are going to perform lab on 2.4 and 2.6. These are the versions of ISE. What I will do in the next section, that I'll log into Cisco page and I'll show you at least the images, what is the naming convention by default when you're downloading those OVA files or other images from Cisco, but you'll find that you need big uplines. If not, you are using Cisco UCS type of servers, you need big uplines with very good capability in terms of CPU processing and RAM. Okay, then what is persona? Persona is nothing but determine the services provided by node. So you have the node, that's your appliance, and inside that you have services, that is personas. Majorly we have 4 different type of persona. We have administration, policy, monitoring, and then we have the policy exchange or the PXE grid as well. Correct? Now what are the use cases, or what's the main role of all these persona? So persona role, say for example, service node. As name suggests, it will go and create services or policy services, radius and tachicus servers. So whatever services we are creating, or whatever policies, decision policies we are creating for the endpoint, that will fall under PSN. Now what is PAN? Policy administration. You can think like this: whenever you are logging in to the ISE, where you are landing? You are landing to the web page, and that web page or that GUI or that ISE dashboard is nothing but the PAN. Okay, policy administration node. So in terms of say programmer, in terms of application programmer, you can think that you have the front end, then you have the back end. Your front end is nothing but the PAN, policy administration node. Your backend is nothing but the PSN, that is the policy service node. Correct? Now, obviously, we want to do the troubleshooting and monitoring, so where it can be stored, for that we have MNT. And if you want to learn and take action related to contextual services or contextual entities, then we have the Pixie Grid. Okay, great. Now, one by one, we can go and check the features related to PSN, PAN, MNT, and Pixie Grid. So, for example, PSN, and this diagram below that you are seeing is actually very important, related to all type of identity services. So you have something called supplicant, you have networking devices termed as a network NAD, or maybe network devices. This is nothing but authenticator, supplicant, authenticator, and then you have the authentication server. Now, this authentication server may be connected with the external AD server, or external maybe any type of database servers, who is going to store the credential of user identity. So user identity is stored in other terms. Now we have the PSN, policy service node, that is integrated with any external resources. In between, so in between the networking devices and the PSN, we have protocol running radius or tachicus, and then the devices. So these devices, they can again use various type of method like MAB or .1x, etc., or maybe web users. So here you can see that we have the web auth, posturing, client provisioning. Actually, these are the policies. So you can go and create the posture, the client provisioning, web authentication. These things I can go and create over the PSN. And again, it can be distributed to n number of devices across the organization. That's the key factor we have with PSN. Then policy administration node, again I told you, whenever an administrator log in, he is logging in inside the GUI or the dashboard, and that dashboard is nothing but the PAN. What we can do, overall management of each and everything. So license management, admin authentication, authorization, admin audit, these things we can do. Now, in terms of actual deployment, in terms of, say for example, distributed deployment, we may have one primary, one secondary. One primary is the active one, and secondary may be the backup. Here you can see that I want to write policies, but before writing the policy, I have to land upon, or I have to log in to the PAN, policy administration node. Again, I have the primary and secondary, so I can create policy, and then this policy will be synced or pushed actually to PSN, 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 PSN. So here you can see each and everything is getting pushed to PSN. Because I have the PAN primary, so again the policy is going to push, or I have to do the sync. Policy should be sync across the ISE different personas. So it should be sync across all the PSNs and the policy administration node. Now again you can see that from PSN, we are pushing something to the PAN, and the PAN is going to update each and everything. All right, so I hope you understand that the use of PSN, the use of PAN. Let's quickly go and discuss about NAD. Again, I told you this is working as an authenticator. Uh, Between NAD and the policy server or the ISE server, we have radius protocol that is going on. Between NAD and the end user, we may have different type of authentication as well. Correct? Now, what is the role of this NAD? Role of this is it is working on behalf of, or you can think this is working as an authenticator. Not behalf of, but it is a networking device from where the request will uh, reach or carried through the ISE server. Now, from ISE, depending upon what policies we have, we may get the DACL from ISE. We may get the group tagging from ISE. Again, it depends upon what type of security policy, what type of policy we have from ISE for the networking devices. The next term we have the Pixie Grid. I already told you that they are there to do the third-party integration. So maybe I can get the context information from, so for example, firepower, or maybe any other networking or security devices, so that I can get into the ISE, and then ISE can analyze those and it can take decision. Now again, there are various terms like Pixie Grid controller, Pixie Grid publisher, Pixie Grid subscriber. So here you can see the subscriber list where you can see the ASA, IPAM, WSA, and other devices, IPS and other devices. Now starting from 2.4, the ICE is also supporting as a subscriber, that is the profiler probe. So although you are getting the information in terms of context, you can send the information as well in terms of profiler probe. That's the use of Pixie Grid. Again, it's very important, say in terms of if we are in the highly secure environment, we enable the Pixie Grid and use it properly. Then finally, we have the MNT, monitoring and troubleshooting node. Everywhere after deployment, in operation, day to day, we need to take the logs, we need to take the tech file, we need to take the various type of syslog message, or whenever the problem is happening, we have to collect the log. So all those type of logs and the troubleshooting, the stuffs are inside the MNT node. And one important point here is that max one primary and one secondary MNT is possible. Okay, so if you go and check the nodes, you'll find that it is given that how many maximum nodes you have in terms of Pixie Grid, how many nodes you have in terms of uh, administration node. So what will be the less number and what will be the maximum number? Even better that we can go and refer the data sheet as well before doing the actual deployment for the ICE. Before starting discussing the architecture of ICE, let's first of all discuss that what are the capability and what exactly ICE is doing. Now ICE is nothing but the identity services, and who can understand the identity of a various endpoint. So what type of endpoint it can understand? It can understand wired, wireless, VPN, any type of mobile devices, etc. Now once ICE can understand that which is the endpoint and what type of endpoint, again, see, the endpoint may be bring your own device, it may be corporate user, it may be guest user, means the endpoint may be of different segment. Now depending upon that which is high priority segment, then the low priority segment, the ICE can do the authentication. Now authentication process may be common for different type of endpoints, say for example MAB or .1x or any other. But after doing the authentication, what authorization means, how much those clients can do, and once these clients are getting access, getting authorized, then what they are accountable for. Okay, so all these three important things like authentication, authorization, and accounting, that is done via the ICE, but ICE can understand n different type of endpoints, and that's the key we have with the ISE. Now if we go and check the evolution of ISE, so before that Cisco has introduced ACS, Cisco Clean Access, NAC, etc. But you can think ISE as a combination of all. So whatever solution that Cisco has given so far, the best one is the ISE because it has n number of capabilities. Now when we are talking about n number of capabilities, here you can see in the diagram that who, what, how, different type of threats, when, where, health score, and CVSS. Apart from that, it has some other capability as well, but ISE is a identity server who is able to understand each and everything related to endpoint. Okay, and sometimes we think, oh, endpoint means laptop, endpoint means any type of so for example printer or any type of handheld devices. But now think like this, even we are talking about laptop, there are n different type of laptop with different type of operating system, with different type of patches, fixes. In general, these terms means associated terms related to the endpoint, they are termed as a attribute. So maybe one entity having n number of attributes, uh, and those attributes we are sending to ICE. ICE could understand those, and then ICE can take action. Correct. So here you can see in the diagram that who, when, what, where, how, health, threat, and CVSS. Apart from that, ICE can take the context sensual information with the Pixie Grid. So we have the integration with uh, external RESTful APIs, or we have integrative or integration with APIs, and then we can do the Pixie Grid integration as well, that we'll check later on. So we can take the feeds, we can take the input, and then ICE can uh, take the action. What are the benefits? We have greater visibility. We know that once we have ICE, it can understand n number of endpoints. So that's the visibility is high. Now we have better security feature and experience for bring your own device, and that's actually a big advantage we have with ICE. Again, ICE, they are thinking that they are inside the zero trust model, means they are not trusting anything. And once you have the authentication, authorization means once you have authentication, then you can get the authorization. Once your authentication or maybe authorization get broke, if authentication get broke, means everything will go. But suppose your authentication is successful, you have any issue related to authorization, then your authorization can also decrease. Okay, then it is scalable. It's highly segmented, as I already told you, that different type of segments are possible in ICE, and ICE can act upon different type of segment metrics. Okay, ICE can track, and this is very important, that's why it is highlighted in red, that it can track up to 2 million concurrent endpoint session, and you can see that how big this. So ICE is capable of tracking 2 million concurrent session. Now again, the summary we have that we have the asset visibility, access control, guest access, bring your own device, segmentation, threat control, and device administration. Okay, so ICE is going to give these many high bullet point. Apart from that, there are some other features as well, but these are the top features we have inside the ICE. Again, that ICE is trusting none, means it is based on zero trust model. And here in the diagram you can see that it is going to improve the visibility and decision, software defined segmentation, service access, entitlement. So nowadays, ICE can be integrated with, say, for example, SD-WAN, and ICE is a part of DNA now. So Cisco has one policy plane, and that policy plane is nothing but the ICE. Now this DNA can be integrated with SD-WAN, can be integrated with Cisco Data Center Solution, that is ACI. Again, the use case is that when you are dealing with multi-domain architecture. So in case of multi-domain architecture, uh, with a user, they will get one security group tagging, and that tag will flow throughout the network when we are talking about multi-domain architecture, and then that policy will be retained from one end system up to data center and vice versa. Okay, even apart from that, if we are not using the ISE inside this SD-WAN and ACI, but still we know that ISE is a robust tool and it is providing n number of capability features and the security options. All right, so we can stop here. Let us continue our discussion and let's check the dashboard and the rest of the terminology. We have very nice dashboard. I'm going to log in and show you the dashboard. And this dashboard, we know that whenever we are logged in, we are logging inside the dashboard that is nothing but the PAN, Policy Administration Node. Now this PAN, you can see that the topmost part, and again it's not that visible. Let me quickly log in and show you this. So here I have my ISE hosted over cloud. Now on the top you can see the first portion where you can see the summary, endpoint, guest, vulnerability. Again you have the home, context visibility, operation policy, administration, work center, etc. Now on top this belongs to the policy administration node. Again, if you want to go and create the policy, you can go to the policy, and here we are going to check these things later on. So we have authentication, authorization, profiling, posture, client provisioning. These things are actually related to policy, PSN, policy service node. This is the work of the PSN to create such type of policies. Now in our example, we are dealing here with the single deployment mode. So what does it mean by single deployment mode is that all the 4 personas I have in same ISE deployment. So here you can see that I have the administration and how I can navigate at this. So I went to administration and deployment, and then I click to ISE. Hostname is ISE. Here you can see the FQDN, the IP address, the node type, identity services. This is the primary because this is standalone. Now, if it is in distributed fashion, so I may have primary and secondary. For MNT also, I may have primary, secondary, and they can be distributed. Then I have n number of service nodes. And again, I may have integration with the Pixie Grid. Each and everything you can see here. So administration node, the monitoring node, that's the role is primary. Policy service, that's the PSN. Enable service, session service. Enable profiling service. Enable the device admin service. These things are enabled for service node, and finally Pixie Grid is not enabled. But you can see the important 3 PAN, MNT, and the services. I have everything in single node because this is the standalone node, correct? But you can see that you have nice dashboard. Let me go back to the home and we can discuss this in upcoming sessions. The below portions that you are seeing here is belonging to the MNT, the monitoring node. And that's the thing we have in the PPT. So PAN, MNT, if you go to policy, you can reach to the PSN as well. Inside operation, you can see that we have the troubleshooting option as well, the diagnostic options as well. We can go to the radius, we can check the live logs, trackers, live logs, policy list, endpoint assignment. Then we have the troubleshooting option like diagnostic tools, download logs, etc. Okay, so overall we have the nice dashboard. And let's quickly discuss that whatever we study in previous section, that we have personas like PAN. So PAN is there to do the administration. You can create the policies and then you can push to PSN. PSN is actually where you have to create the policies related to radius, trackers, profiling, auth, posture, sponsor portal, etc. MNT is monitoring, troubleshooting, and network access. Pixie Grid, then we have actually, it is not shown in this diagram, to take the contextual data, and then you have the authenticator, that is the NAD. So what does it mean by service? Service is nothing but some work, correct? Whenever we are talking about service, this is very much taken from the application world. So services, maybe in my Windows server, I may have n number of services. So services, for example, network services, maybe any web services, maybe any HTTP services, any SSH services, etc., etc. Like that, in terms of ISE, the network services are network access. So who has what type of access, profiling, posture, security, group access, monitoring, troubleshooting, etc. Okay, so these are the services related to ISE. Then what is a network resource? Network resource, again we'll see that in terms of endpoint, so endpoint belongs to MDM, mobility management services, or network devices. They have to do authentication with respect to radius, and then the authorization will come into the picture, and they will get a certain level of access, and then obviously the accounting will be there, that a particular user, after authentication, authorization, how much he has done, what type of work, etc. Correct. And finally we have the endpoint. So all the endpoint devices uh, such as say laptop or PCs or printers, etc. Those are fall into the endpoint category. Role, I already told you that we have primary and secondary role. Now in terms of deployment model, I may have a standalone deployment that we have seen. In case of a standalone deployment, your all the four personas are inside single deployment, or in the production network we have distributed type of deployment. So we have the MNT somewhere, we may have Pixie Grid somewhere, we may have PSN somewhere, we may have primary and secondary PAN or the administration node. Correct. So it depends, role depends upon what type of deployment we have, that can be changed. Now if we go and put everything together, we'll find, and here you can see the summary diagram. So first of all, we should understand the terms. So what does it mean by node? What is personas? Different type of personas. What is services? What is NAD? And again, different type of rules of different type of personas, like what MNT can do, what PSN can do, what PAN can do, what Pixie Grid can do. Correct. So for that we have this summary slide, and assuming that up to this point of time we understand the role of different type of ISE component or personas, plus the network device and different type of endpoints. Correct. All right, so let's stop here. Let us discuss about authentication. Authentication simply means that you are you, means who you are. Authorization, what level of access you have. Inside AAA, we are getting all sort of answers for these questions, like what, who, what, when, where, how. All these things will be there inside AAA. Now, while we are talking about authentication, here you can see whatever users we have for authentication, like either it's a 8021X MAB authentication or web auth. In all the cases, you can see here, while you're writing the ISE rule for authentication, say you will give the name, for example, name is .1x. Then you have to define what is the radius attribute, means service type, NAS IP, that will be your switch IP, username SSID. If you click here to the plus sign, you have options like wired 8021X, wireless 8021X, MAB, wired map, wireless map, all these options you will get here if you click to the plus sign. Then allowed protocol. So allowed protocol, although we are checking here say default, but you have option. So inside maybe default network, you can check. If you go inside your ISE, you can check that, okay, is it a EAP fast, EAP chaining, EAP TLS, PEEP, EAP MD5, etc. You have long list of protocols for the authentication. Finally, where is your identity stored? Is it a internal or is it a Active Directory, LDAP, radius, identity sequence? All things will be matched inside the identity store once you are creating the authentication policy. Finally, in the bottom you'll find that what is the action. You want to authentication failed, reject. If user not found, reject. If process failed, drop. So these options we have, I'll show you all these options in upcoming slides. So here I have one rule, say for .1x, that is wired x. Again, this is that I am doing the authentication for the user. So suppose I have one user named ABC. It is doing 81x authentication with ISE. In that ISE, we have certain attributes. So here you can see that long list of attributes, and a few of the attributes are actually very important. So say for example, attribute 1, 6, and then in the bottom you'll find say 61 is also very important. So what one attribute is giving, it's the username. What 6 is giving is the service type. So here you can see for .1x, the service type is framed, correct? And if I go here to the NAS port type, you can see this is 61 is Ethernet. So these options are actually very important when we are talking about the radius attribute. Let me show you here. So one number, you can see that the username is not equal to MAC address. Obviously, username is some username and password you are giving to the NIC adapter. Service type is framed, and then NAS port type is Ethernet. It's a very important attributes. Then suppose if we are writing policy for wired map. So this time we have authentication policy here. For wired map, here you can see again that username. So for MAC address policies, username is not that mandatory. Then what next we'll check? We'll check this service type. So for map, the service type should be call check. Then we can see here the 61, that is the Ethernet. So both the .1x and the map, we have the NAS port type 61 is Ethernet here. So let me show you these things as well here in the diagram. So service type is call check, the NAS port type is Ethernet, and the username is MAC address, because this is the MAC address based authentication. Correct? Useful authentication conditions, we have the service type, we have these options. For medium, we have 802.11 Ethernet, virtual SSID, we have call station ID, vendor EESID, username, we can give username. EAP tunnel options, we have EAP type option. So all these options you can note it down, is just for your reference, and while you're creating the policy you can use it. Now here you can see, if I go inside say policy element to result authentication, inside that allowed protocol, here you can see I have long list of protocol. This I am going to show you while I log to the device as well. So we have long list of protocols supported here. In these long list of supported protocols, what you can do, that you can enable as many. If you enable as many protocol, so what will happen, that you are providing more and tighter security. That simply means, so you can enable, allow EAP TLS, allow EAP MD5, so all those options you have. MAC authentication bypass, already we have discussed that for MAC authentication bypass also you have options like allow PAP, allow CHAP, allow EAP MD5. Okay, and here you can see some notes as well, that MAC authentication is not a defined standard. Cisco use service type, that's actually very important, and it's a type of interview question as well. That for 8021x, what service type we have. For MAB authentication, what service type we have. We have call check. Okay, service type equal to login 8021x web auth. This is that third party thing, but yeah. Basically, what type of services you will create over ISE should be 802.1x wired or wireless. It should be MAB wired wireless. Okay, it should be web auth, and then you have so many others, but 3 should be common. So 802.1x, MAB, and web auth will be common. Rest authentication policies you will create as it goes. Now here again one example for authentication policy, where we have the network access here. So you can see the network access is EAP TLS. Again, the second condition for EAP fast GTC. Here you can see that the network access EAP. Again, I'm using EAP fast and EAP GTC. Again, you can see one more policy for PEEP MS SHAP version 2. Why all these things we have? Why all this policy we have? Because more condition you will allow, more tighter security you are giving. That's the one reason. Okay. Now finally you have policy say for internal user, because remember all the time for 8021X what you are giving, you are always giving internal user. For MAB authentication, what you will give? You will give internal endpoint. Okay, so that's the way that you have to write the policy, because endpoints, they have the MAC address, they don't have the usernames. Now, so we have option here for authentication, and here you can see the definitions we have. So reject means we are sending access reject back to the NAD. Continue means continue to authorization regardless of authentication outcome. Drop, do not respond for NAD. NAD will treat as if radio server is dead. Okay, so we have all these three options: reject, continue, drop. As noted, not all EAP type supports continue option. So one note is there for you. Okay, so let me go and log into the ISE, and I'll show you few of the option related to protocol. So here, if I go back in this section, I have to go inside the result authentication, then I can show you that. So here I'm in the home page. What I'll do, I will go to policies. You can see policies, then results. So let me go to policy element results. Once I am inside the result, you can see I have allowed protocol. If I double click here inside default network protocol, you can see inside default network protocol, I have authentication bypass checked. Authentication protocol, say allow PAP, say allow CHAP, allow MS CHAP, like that. We have allow PEEP, allow MS SHAP version 2, allow EAP fast. You can see long list of protocol is supported here, and as for a company policy, you can choose one versus other. Okay, so these things, these options we have to choose from here in the authentication policy. Once my authentication is successful, then I have this authorization, means what I can do, what level of permission I have inside the network. And you will see in this particular recording that what important types of permissions we have. I'll show you all those things one by one. And we have some authorization conditions. If we met those conditions, means once the authorization is successful, obviously then we met those conditions. And once we are fulfilling those conditions, what type of access I have inside the network. So I have access related to downloadable ACL. So whatever ACL rules I have, I can use those. I can have, say, VLAN permission, what VLAN assignment is there. I can have, say, SGT as well, that is the security group tagging. So at least these 3-4 things we have. So where in the database I want to go, so that will become from DACL, downloadable ACLs. What VLAN that user belongs to, that PC belongs to, that printer belongs to, that wireless device belongs to, all these things will become under, say, we can say the dynamic VLAN assignment to the authenticator, to the switch. So that will be pushed from ISE to the switch for that particular user. Okay, and then obviously we have SGT as well. But here you can see that we have common tasks like these: web authentication, auto smart filter, re-authentication, MSEC. There are n number of things that we can do once my authorization is successful. Okay, I'll show you all these things inside the authorization result as well. Let us see this dynamic ACL assignment in this particular animation. So here you can see that I have one printer. connected to this particular switch port. This is my authenticator. This is my authentication server. Now what will happen here? Let's see. Yeah, so let me clean this as well. Now with help of EAP over LAN protocol, I am reaching to the authenticator, and between authenticator and the ISE server, I have this radius protocol running. Once radius will authenticate this first, authorize this second, then it will change the authorization. Means you have the authorization. What type of authorization I have? Say access type is access accept, tunnel private group ID printer, tunnel type 1, tunnel medium 16. Okay, so here you can see in the bottom that VLAN. It is assigning the VLAN which is checked. Name is printer. So maybe inside this printer I have assigned VLAN 10, 11 like that, whatever. Okay, these are only the name, but the access type is access accept. Suppose if you check mark DACL here, then here you will get some permit ACL. Inside that ACL you can give one subnet to other subnet, means source and destination you can define. So those things you will get, and this is the order of operation. While you are troubleshooting the network, at that time you can go to the switch. First of all, you can check that authentication is successful, authorization is successful. Then do you have MAC register, means this particular printer MAC registered here inside the ISE or not. So these things, these basic parameters you are checking while you are doing the troubleshooting. So again, for troubleshooting also, it's very important to understand the order of operation. That means, do you have any break here in the EAP? Do you have any break here in the radius? Do you have any break in the return traffic or the return change of authorization policy? Do you have any break in the return from here to here? So all those things you are checking while you are doing the troubleshooting as well related to this. Alright, the second option I have here, the VLAN assignment to the switch. So here you can see that VLAN is checked. This is corp voice. Obviously this is the name of the VLAN. Then voice domain permission. So what permissions we have? And Cisco AV pair defined traffic voice. Means you will get one voice VLAN assigned to the switch, and this particular IP phone will get that. Not only those things, obviously you can assign some other features as well on this. So if no VLAN send, switch will use a static switch port VLAN. Configure dynamic VLANs for any user that should be different in VLAN. Voice VLAN configured on port necessary for voice authorization to work. So what it is telling, that voice VLAN configuration on the port, it's one of the use case. Suppose if it is connected with IP phone, then what you can do, that you can configure, say, switch port voice VLAN, something like 22. Okay, so that you can configure for the IP phone authentication plus authorization, both of the things. No problem. We'll move to the next and we'll see what configuration I have over the interface. Obviously your switch is connected with the switch port. So over this, suppose this is gig 101. What configuration I have? Switch port. This is not required if you are using DACL, downloadable ACL. So what is required? Suppose this is connected with phone and then this is connected with PC. So suppose this is the phone here, and then I have this phone and then this PC. At that time you can give switch port voice VLAN, suppose 20. Then switch port mode access, this is okay. You can use this access group. At that time you have to use authentication open, authentication port control, that's correct. MAV is for printer or other type of authentication if you are using. .1x you are using if you have a user connected. So those things will come in the upcoming section. We are going to discuss about what is the switch configuration or what is the authenticator configuration. Obviously you have to enable IP device tracking as well. So what type of authentication? You can see here we have the ACL as well configured on the switch, and this ACL is this source, destination, and some other configuration. Now when I am downloading the ACL, so at that time the ACL name is permit all traffic. Let us see. And the DACL content is what? Permit any to any. Now you can see that my authentication is happening, then my authorization is happening, authorization is successful, then it will change the authorization. Now here you can see the permit IP host this any switch dynamically substitutes the endpoint address. That's okay. And then contents the downloadable access are arbitrary, can have many unique downloadable ACLs as their user permission group. Same principle as pre-auth port ACL TCAM restriction. So the thing here is that this ACL, it will download. Once you have the permission, it will download this particular ACL or whatever ACL defined here. It will download it, and then this switch will work according to that ACL policy. Okay, so you don't need to worry about the VLAN assignment, the ACL assignment, the SGT assignments. The ISE will do automatically once they are communicating via radius protocol. Okay, great. We'll move. Now security group tags, I already told you that the tagging is also possible, and in this animation you'll come to know that how this SGT is used for the mobility. So I have one employee whose tag is say SGT5 and production server tag is 8, application server tag is 7. Now that is the basic fundamental of ISE, that it is doing classification, propagation and enforcement. Okay, and in this case you will see here that this particular group, that is the employee tag. So this is the employee tag, this is the source, and the destination is app server. It's permitted. So from employee it can easily go to the production server. From employee, can I go to the application server? So actually this is the application server. So from employee, this is the source, this is the destination. So 5 can go to 8. That's correct. There is no problem. Then app server, it's okay. Production server. So same to same, that's okay. So at least here we can see that okay, employee tag can go to the application server. That is possible with this SGT, and with help of ISE basic fundamental classification, propagation, enforcement, it is possible. Obviously this thing also you have to put when you are putting the authorization rule. Now here we have an example of authentication policy and example of authorization policy, how it look like. Suppose I have one policy called MAB. I am using wireless MAB. Condition is allow protocol host lookup, and then what is the default? So whenever we are using MAC address based policy, your default policy is internal endpoints. Whenever you are using 802.1x, your default policy is internal users. So here it is say AD internal user, but it should be user. MAC address endpoint. .1x users. So wireless 802.1x default protocol, default network access as allow protocol, and by the end you have the default statement. So very straightforward authentication policy. In the authorization policy, you may have so many options, so that you need to check step by step. So say radius probe network access network device name equals ACE4710, or radius name is switch start with. Like that, you may have so many options, so many conditions, so many simple compound conditions you will get. And then finally you have permission. Inside this permission you have one permission of tagging as well. So here you can give say tag employee 5, app 6, production 7, etc. Because first of all authentication will happen, then authorization will happen, and then they will enforce the policy to the switch. According to that user or the endpoint will work. Correct? Here is the policy set as well. Again, we have some authentication policy for MAB internal endpoints. For .1x, it should be user. Okay, so let me go back and let me show you some of the policy results. So what I'll do, I'll go to policy and then we'll see the policy results related to authorization. And then we check the downloadable ACL and few other things. Alright, let's go to policy. Policy, say we have condition and result. So first of all, I'll go inside the results, and inside authorization you can see I have downloadable authorization profile and downloadable ACLs or DACLs. First of all, let's go inside the authorization profile. You can see I have so many different profile. Suppose if I go inside Cisco Web Auth, first of all you have the name, description, access type. Access type is accept or reject. Then you can see inside the common task where you have so many things. Say DACL name, permit all traffic. ACL, I can define the ACL. Security group, I can define the security group. If I click here to the more, what security groups I have. So let me go and click here. You can see I have contractor, employee, guest, all these things I have. Correct? And inside the security group, I can see the tree view as well. Like this also I can see. Then VLAN, I can do some VLAN assignment like VLAN 10, 12, 13 like that. So these options we have. Let me remove this. VLAN assignment I have. I can give VLAN assignment. This is not the end here. You can see voice domain presentation, web redirection is checked here. So whenever this user will go, it will redirected somewhere. Auto smart port, access vulnerability, re-authentication, MACsec, need, template, ASN VPN, all these options we have here. Correct? So that's why when the authorization will be fulfilled or when the authorization will be completed, at that time whatever common task you have, it will be assigned to the switch. Then we'll verify that downloadable ACL. So inside downloadable ACL you can see you can create, you can go here, click plus sign, you can create your downloadable ACL or DACL, or whatever by default there also you can use, but it depends upon your corporate policy or your company policy. See how many numbers we have. Let me go back and let me show you one of the, say, tier 1 access. Inside tier 1 access downloadable ACL, you will see the list what type of ACL I have here. You can see this big ACL. This should be downloaded by the switch for tier 1 access. So deny IP, this, permit TCP, UDP, blah blah, permit IP, any like that. You have so many things here. Correct? So this is the level of permission that you will get once your authentication is fulfilled. And after that, obviously, your authorization is fulfilled. So first of all, authentication, then authorization, and then change of authorization will push from the ISE to the end user. Hi everyone, thanks for subscribing my channel. What I have done, because you guys are looking for documents as well, so I created this new blog site, giganetworkers.in. What you can do, once you are logged into this particular website, web page, then you can go to this section called Secure Your Enterprise. And suppose if you are looking for cybersecurity related documents material, you can go inside cybersecurity. In this case, we are going to learn about ISE basics and architecture. So you can go and click to ISE, Cisco ISE. Once you are inside Cisco ISE, you can see I have uploaded part 1, part 2, and few of the contents related to ISE certification. So if you are looking for part 1 of ISE document, you can go and click. You can see your new link will come here where you can go and check all these slides related to the presentation. Now these are the master files, so maybe exactly whatever I am delivering in the video, you will not find as slide 1 to slide 10, etc. But what you can do, you can navigate and you can see that which portion actually I am explaining inside my video. So these are the good reference document that you can go and get from these links. So I hope that you will like my video and this documentation as well, and it will help you to gain more knowledge insights inside Cisco security appliances and Cisco security certifications as well. Next important topic, we have ISE node installation. What are the prerequisite or what are the important information we need? We need to configure the host name, IP address subnet, default gateway, DNS, name server, unique time zone, NTP, SSH, and the admin username and password. Now, what will happen when you go and deploy the OVF file? And here you can see the link that you can go and download. Suppose for lab purpose, if you want to check the features of ISE, then you can go and download the eval version from Cisco site. So you can go and download the OVF file that we have, and that OVF template, I will show you that how we can deploy in few minutes. Now here, suppose if we have the vSphere client, you can go and simply click or maybe import, that's it. And then you have to follow next button. Obviously we should go and give how much RAM, how much memory, how many hard disk, how many core processor, all those things I'm going to show you in upcoming few minutes. Now what will happen once this ISE will start installation, then it will prompt you the setup, means it will go to the setup mode. Now at this point of time, what you have to do, that you have to type simply setup. Once you type setup, then you have to go and give all those informations that we have listed here. So we should go and give the host name, IP address, default gateway, etc. Once you go and do all this information, means once you go and put all this information, then it will take approx 30 to 50 minutes to go and do the installation. Now once we have the successful installation of the ISE node, you'll find that you can go and log in via the CLI, show application status ISE. If you go and run this CLI command, you should see that all your applications are up and running, means whatever application we have enabled, those should be up and running. Rest whatever features or services we haven't enabled, those will show you as a disabled state, correct? So what I'm going to do now, that let me go and show you how you can do the installation. So here you can see that I have my ISE node 2.4.0.357. I will do double click on this because I have my virtual box, and I can go and give any nice name, say for example ISE node 01 import. Once I go and click import, it will go and import that file, and then what I will do, that once the import will be successful, I'll go and give the resources. So we'll allocate the resources, and then once I do the power on, it will go to the setup. I'll go and type setup, and then I will go and fill out all those required information. So here you can see that import process is taking some time because this file itself is a big file. So let me show you the file size, and that is 12.8 GB file. Now in protection network, it may be much bigger than what we have here. All right, so let me pause for a few seconds just to get the import process done. All right, so here you can see that it took approx 10 minutes just to import 12.8 gig of VM instance. Now here you can see that we have the process and other stuff. So let me click to the edit virtual machine. I can go there. Default RAM, you can see that it chosen 16 GB. I can go to the processor and I can give say 2 plus 2, 4. Then virtualization, I can enable it. Apart from that, you can see that it took 200 gig of SCSI hard disk. Then the network adapter, it took 4. These are the bridged. I don't want the bridge, so I can go and use any of my. So one of them I can use as a NAT, and rest of them I can go and use say VNet 1, then VNet 2, then VNet 3. So like that I can go and use, and rest of the things are okay. Click OK and then start it. So this is the green button. I can go and start. Now you will see that it will go and prompt the, it is going to prompt the setup mode. So let's wait on for this. And once it prompt, then we have to go and put all those informations that we have seen in our slide. So let's go back to the slide. So now you can see that it is asking about, although it is asking about localhost login, but you have to go and type setup here. Once you type setup, it is asking about the host name. So this is same, for example, ISE, and then node 01 is the host name. Enter the IP. I can go and give any IP. So for example, 192.168.10.100 or maybe 1.100. Subnet mask, gateway 192.168. We should have all these informations. Enter the default DNS domain. I can go and use this one. Enter the default DNS, and this should be the host name. So what I can go do here, I can give any at the moment, say giganet.in. The name server, I can give primary. Do you have any secondary? No. The time is okay, NTP, time.nist.gov. Add another NTP, no, by default this is no. UTC is okay. SSH you want to enable, yes. And then the username is admin, even you can change it. And I'll go and give the password, retype the password, and now it will take approx 30 to 40 minutes to bring up all the services. Okay, so meanwhile what we can do, we can go back to the slides and let's complete our slide, and then we'll come back and we'll verify it. All right, so we are back to the slides, and once you go and put all this information that we have seen earlier, so these are the information that you have to put, and once you put all this information, then this will go and take some, practically it will take some 30 to 50 minutes, so we can wait. Now what we can do, that we can go and configure the personas. We have already discussed that we have the PAN, PSN, and MNT, and Pixie Grid. Pixie Grid, generally the security, more security oriented companies, they are doing it. PAN is the login prompt, or PAN is the policy administration node. You can think this as a management plane. PSN is nothing but the service plane, or you can think in SDN term, that's the control type of plane, and MNT is monitoring and troubleshooting. So suppose if we are doing the deployment that is on single ISE, then the PSN, PAN, or PAN, PSN, and MNT could be inside same box. But generally in production network, we have distributed deployment. So we have couple of PSN, we have multiple, say we have couple of PAN, we have multiple or maybe n number of PSN, and then again we have couple of MNT. Like that, the deployment options are that we have already discussed earlier. Now here you can see that in this case that ISPAN 1, the span, monitoring and PSN, everything is in same box. So it can be like this. Again, once you do the deployment, you can go to the administration and you can go and check that what are the services are enabled. Your policy services enable. If you are enable the SXP services, you can go and enable that. Like that, we can go and verify the services that is enabled. Now, once all these services are up and running, so we can go and verify the certificate as well. Certificate playing a very important role in the ISE, because even the users, they should also have enrolled with ISE certificate, and whatever features that we have in terms of services, we are doing the certification process first, and then the ISE is exchanging the actual data. Okay, so ISE node must be added to the DNS and they should resolve each other. A forward and reverse DNS should be there. ISE admin node must have certificate trust to all other nodes. That's also very important. We'll see these things later on in the certification process. The certificate is a signed document. It has the password, UPI ID, etc. And what about the certificate and what type of a structure related to certificate we have, that we are going to discuss in the next session, next recordings. At this point of time, let's go back to the ISE and let's see that how much deployment has done. It took approx 40 minutes to bring this ISE server installed and bring up. And now if you go here and verify the application status ISE, so full command is show application status ISE. So one by one we will see that the more and more application will show you the running status. So still behind the scene the applications are installing and they are keep running. So whatever applications that they will run means they are ready, we will show you that running. And here you can see that few of the applications they are running, they have the process ID, and few of the applications is still not running. It will take some time to up and start and running. All right, so this way we can go install and then we can obviously log in via the GUI, and rest of the configuration that we want to do we can do via the GUI. Let us continue our discussion and let's check the dashboard and the rest of the terminology. We have very nice dashboard. I'm going to log in and show you the dashboard. And this dashboard, we know that whenever we are logged in, we are logging inside the dashboard that is nothing but the PAN, Policy Administration Node. Now this PAN, you can see that the topmost part, and again it's not that visible. Let me quickly log in and show you this. So here I have my ISE hosted over cloud. Now on the top you can see the first portion where you can see the summary, endpoint, guest, vulnerability. Again you have the home, context visibility, operation, policy, administration, work center, etc. Now on top this belongs to the policy administration node. Again, if you want to go and create the policy, you can go to the policy, and here we are going to check these things later on. So we have authentication, authorization, profiling, posture, client provisioning. These things are actually related to policy, PSN, policy service node. This is the work of the PSN to create such type of policies. Now in our example, we are dealing here with the single deployment mode. So what does it mean by single deployment mode is that all the 4 personas I have in same ISE deployment. So here you can see that I have the administration and how I can navigate at this. So I went to administration and deployment and then I click to ISE. Hostname is ISE. Here you can see the FQDN, the IP address, the node type, identity services. This is the primary because this is standalone. Now, if it is in distributed fashion, so I may have primary and secondary. For MNT also, I may have primary, secondary, and they can be distributed. Then I have n number of service nodes, and again I may have integration with the Pixie Grid. Each and everything you can see here. So administration node, the monitoring node, that's the role is primary. Policy service, that's the PSN. Enable service, session service. Enable profiling service. Enable the device admin service. These things are enabled for service node, and finally Pixie Grid is not enabled. But you can see the important three one, PAN, MNT, and the services. I have everything in single node because this is the standalone node, correct? But you can see that you have nice dashboard. Let me go back to the home and we can discuss this in upcoming sessions. The below portions that you are seeing here is belonging to the MNT, the monitoring node, and that's the thing we have in the PPT. So PAN, MNT, when the if you go to policy, you can reach to the PSN as well. Inside operation, you can see that we have the troubleshooting option as well, the diagnostic options as well. We can go to the radius, we can check the live logs, status live logs, policy list, endpoint assignment. Then we have the troubleshooting option like diagnostic tools, download logs, etc. Okay, so overall we have the nice dashboard. And let's quickly discuss that whatever we study in previous section, that we have personas like PAN. So PAN is there to do the administration. You can create the policies and then you can push to PSN. PSN is actually where you have to create the policies related to radio stack access, profiling, auth, posture, sponsor portal, etc. MNT is monitoring, troubleshooting, and network access. Pixie Grid, then we have actually, it is not shown in this diagram, to take the contextual data, and then you have the authenticator, that is the NAD. So what does it mean by service? Service is nothing but some work, correct? Whenever we are talking about service, this is very much taken from the application world. So services, maybe in my Windows server, I may have n number of services. So services, for example, network services, maybe any web services, maybe any HTTP services, any SSH services, etc., etc. Like that, in terms of ISE, the network services are network access. So who has what type of access? Profiling, posture, security group access, monitoring, troubleshooting, etc. Okay, so these are the services related to ISE. Then what is a network resource? Network resource, again we'll see that in terms of endpoint, so endpoint belongs to MDM, mobility management services, or network devices. They have to do authentication with respect to radius, and then the authorization will come into the picture, and they will get a certain level of access, and then obviously the accounting will be there, that a particular user, after authentication, authorization, how much he has done, what type of work, etc. Correct. And finally we have the endpoint. So all the endpoint devices such as say laptop or PCs or printers, etc., those are fall into the endpoint category. Role, I already told you that we have primary and secondary role. Now in terms of deployment model, I may have a standalone deployment that we have seen. In case of a standalone deployment, your all the four personas are inside single deployment, or in the production network we have distributed type of deployment. So we have the MNT somewhere, we may have Pixie Grid somewhere, we may have PSN somewhere, we may have primary and secondary PAN or the administration node. Correct. So it depends, role depends upon what type of deployment we have, that can be changed. Now if we go and put everything together, we'll find, and here you can see the summary diagram. So first of all, we should understand the terms. So what does it mean by node? What is personas? different type of personas, what is services, what is NAD, and again different type of rules of different type of personas, like what MNT can do, what PSN can do, what PAN can do, what Pixie Grid can do. Correct. So for that we have this summary slide, and assuming that up to this point of time we understand the role of different type of ICE component or personas plus the network device and different type of endpoints. Correct. All right, so let's stop here. Now we are into a very important discussion about ICE certificate. As we know that ICE is a next generation server, and whenever we are talking about next generation identity servers or next generation firewall, next generation appliances, that time certificate play a very important and vital role. Now let's understand that how ICE certificate is working. So we have this public uh, certificate framework, that is X.509. Most of the next generation appliances, they are using X509 certification. Now, what is the certification? That is nothing but one type of identity. So suppose if we have to go somewhere, we have to show our passport or visa and all. Again, if you check the passport, you'll find that you have the photograph, you have the expiration date, the location, etc., etc. Certificate is something like validity for the duration, and it has the identity stored as well. Now this X509 certificate, what are the identities it has? Who is the user? What is the endpoint? What is the website identity? That's the framework. But how exactly it is working behind the scene, and what are the key concepts we have that we'll see in the upcoming slide. Now 509 certificates, they have the extended key uses for server authentication, client authentication, key cert, signing, and many more. How it is working? Like most of the certificates at present, they are using asymmetric way of doing the certification. Now what is asymmetric way of doing the certification? We'll see. Where it is going to use, it is going to use in between ICE node, so the PAN and PSN, and again the PSN to the sponsored or guest portal or any endpoint, they will do the certification process. The Pixie Grid communication for EAP communication for admin portal, end user portal, etc. In short, let me show you the diagram first and then I'll come back. So we have one summary diagram here, you can see, and I'll go and I'll show you each and everything in this diagram, but you can see here the visual representation that the certification is working in between everywhere. So everyone has to share their public key, plus they have the private key locally, and according to that the certification process happens. So before reaching to that point, let me quickly walk you a few of the important slides we have. First of all, the next generation identity services, identity service engines, that is ICE, they are doing certification with respect to each and every uh, communication, you can say, or each and every registration, you can say. So whenever any of the device or any of the node, they get registered, they have to follow the certification process. Correct. So again, here you can see either say e-process or PAN administration portal, web auth, sponsor portal, guest access, etc. Each and every places we have this certification process, and it's a huge. Now this how this certification process works, that's important. And I already told you the key is the public key cryptography or asymmetric encryption. Now whenever we are talking about asymmetric encryption, how this asymmetric encryption works, let me show you in the next slide. So here you can see that all the devices, they have their local key. So they have the local key, that is private key. They have the local key, private key, and they have the local key, that is private key. And there is one shared key, that will be the public key. That will be the public key. Public key. Now, how this asymmetric encryption happens behind the scene? Again, let me quickly explain you this. So you have public key and private key. Public key that will be shared with everyone. Generally, what is happening, whoever is your root CA. So in this case, suppose my ISE is my root CA or root server. So they can generate the root cert key or public key, and that root cert key should go to each and every device because that is the public. So going to each and every device. Then again, when they do the authentication, they will do the authentication with their local key. So this local key, that is the private key, will go and do the encryption process first and then the certification process with help of public key. So they must have the identity for the CA server, and that is nothing but the public key, and then they can go and do the private key exchange or the private certificate exchange. Now here you can see that how this is happening. Now again, let me go quickly back and let me show you the diagram that we have. So how it is happening, here you can see that we have A, B and C, correct? Now in the A, B and C communication, so we have A, we have B and we have C here. Now the ABC, so the endpoint C uses endpoint A public key. So suppose C and A, they are using the public key. It can only decrypt by endpoint A. So suppose if he is using the public key of A, so that means he will be decrypted only by endpoint A, correct? Likewise, B uses the public key of C. So public key of C. So P of C. That means that B will be decrypted with the C private key, correct? And that's the way that things are working. So whoever public key you have, again I told you the public key is nothing but you know the identity of the root server. So generally, again I'll repeat this term, that it's actually easy. If you do the certification once, you'll come to know that you have the root CA, and that root CA will distribute the public key to all. So for example, A, B and C. So that means that they have the encryption, and whenever they do the decryption, whenever they will get decrypted, they will use the public key of the root CA. That's easy and a straightforward mechanism. Now the summary slide, where they are going to do, where we have the certification process. So here you can see in between PAN and PSN. So here you can see that PSN, here you can see the PAN, and then you can see the PSN. So in between that you have the certification. In between, so let me quickly clean here. In between the web browser and the PAN, so the starting should be like this. Let me draw here. So you have your PAN, you can see in the diagram, and so I have my PAN and in the browser first, then in between PAN and PSN, in between PSN and the guest portal, the sponsor portal and the endpoint. In between endpoint we have the EAP, in between PSN and PAN we have the admin communication, and likewise you can see everywhere this authentication process with the certification will happen behind the scene. Again, that's the explanation we have for this particular slide, and the summary is that it's very important, it's very critical that how the next generation identity services is doing certification process with the rest of the devices, and it's easy actually. So in next section we'll go and learn about the certification scale factor. Now here you can understand the certification is happening with each and every node, but if you go and do this manually, that will be very much time confusing and maybe errors can generate. Same thing if we can go and do via the automated process throughout the endpoint, throughout the network, then that will be the scalability that we can discuss in the next session. Certificate is very important in ISE to understand. Let us understand more about ISE certificates. Now, if you go and log into the ISE and the certificate page, so here you can see that you are in the dashboard. You can go to the administration, you can go to certificates, and then we have the list of certificate. Now here in that list, you can see that we have certificates related to. So let me quickly go and highlight that what type of certificates we have. So here you can see that we have system certificate, and then we have trusted OSCP certificates, certificate signing request, and all those certificates. So let me highlight one more time here. You can go to administration, you can go to certificates 1, 2, then you can check the list of certificates. I'll go and explain all these things. So system certificate, trusted certificates, OCSCP certificate signing request, certificate authority. Each of these things will go and understand at least the term that what is this used for. So now let's start one by one. Now when we are talking about the certificate, system certificate, so obviously this is system generated certificate, means ISE has one certificate that will be system certificate. Trusted certificate means who is your CA, and you are trusting your root CA or CA server. So those certificates are belonging to trusted certificate that is coming from the root CA. Now in the case that we have to distribute the certificate, we are using simple certificate enrollment protocol, SCEP. And now suppose if you are in the distributed environment, distributed deployment, at that time we are using certificate trust list. Now the concept here is easy. Suppose if you have to update the certificate to n number of nodes, we will do the updation in PAN, your administration node, and from PAN it will go and push to each and every individual node. Now why this is important? So here you can see that changes. Now in ISE 1.0 to 1.t, that is EUS EUL anyways, it was very hectic job to do the certification distribution across different nodes, rather than in ISE 2.4, for example. It's very easy, it's point click, you can go click and it will go and push the certificate automatically. So the automation of the certification enrollment has been already done, and it's ready to use it. Now there are some color coding. If you are seeing that green certificate, that was valid, red means some certificate error, yellow means warning, maybe your certificate is going to expire and you have to do the renewal of that. So here you can see that coming 1.3 plus, it's actually easy to do the enrollment. It's easy to push the certificate from your PAN to the respective PSNs. We can go to the administration and we can check the certificates, system, trusted. Now interesting thing here is that while we are checking the trusted certificates, so here you can see that for security purpose we have trusted, for infrastructure, Cisco service endpoints, admin authentication, and again these trusted certificates, they may have attributes. Now what attributes I'm talking about here is, here you can see that when we have the trusted certificate, and then now Cisco has given attributes as well, and we should go and check mark or check those attributes. So this trusted certificate for, so you can see the authentication within ISE, trust for client authentication and syslog. Now if you go and do the check mark, that means that these services, whenever it is required, in the back they will complete, or they have to complete the certification process, and then only you can use certain services or these services. Correct? Now in case if you have to distribute n number of certificates and you want some helper, so in that case we can go and use the subordinate CA. In the large distributed deployments, we are using subordinate CA. Those are the CA who is going to help the root CA to do the deployment or do the distribution of the certificate. We can go and use ISE as a root CA as well, so that option is there. Now, two options are there. Either you are using ISE as a CA, or you have your own enterprise CA managed somewhere. From there, you want to trust to ISE. So that certificate you are enrolling to PAN, and from PAN it is going to all the PSN. Here you can see the hierarchy. So in this hierarchy, you can see that I have ISE as a CA, for example, on top. And then we have the, obviously we are going to push all the certificate to the PSNs from the PAN, but we can use ISE, and then we have the standby PAN as well. There also we are updating the certificates. Now we are in the section 2 where we have to learn about the policy enforcement. This section is quite big. The overall weightage you can see is 25%, and it is a important section to learn, understand about ISE behavior and the integration with the endpoints and the external sources as well. What are the topics we have? How we can go and integrate with AD LDAP, means we have to do the configuration. We have lab. Understand about different type of stores like LDAP, AD, PKI, OTP, etc. Then do the configuration for wired and wireless deployment. Again, this section is quite a big, but it's very important that we should understand each and everything in this section. So let's try to understand first that what type of identity stores we have. Obviously, we have the internal, we have the external as well. So let us discuss first about the internal identity source and what are the capabilities we have with the internal identity source. So here you can see in the diagram, and this diagram is again very important because you can see the protocols and the way that the endpoints, so we have the endpoints, they are authenticating with the NAD devices. Then we have the PSN and PAN, and suppose if we have external identity source, then you can authenticate with that as well. This part, this AD or LDAP part, we'll discuss later on. But let us focus on internal identity source. Again, you can see that what type of authentication protocols we have in between. So let me clean this and let's go and discuss first of all more about the internal identity sources, and then we'll proceed further in other section. So what it will do, it has the internal user store, internal endpoint store for all the endpoints like wired, wireless or VPN. We are going inside the PAN and we are adding those entries. We are creating that inventory. What about the internal user store? So username, password, email account, those things it can go and store. Now the question here is that, is this a scalable option? Can it scale? We'll see that what is the scale limit for the internal store. So you have all type of devices, networking devices that you can store there, and they can store the attributes as well for those devices. Later on in the upcoming section, we have to learn more about the AD and LDAP deployment. These are coming under the external identity source, where you have the radius, RSA, SAML certificate, ODVC, etc. So you can use internal store, you can use external store, but you can see here that what is the problem and what's the use case we have with the internal store. Generally used for test bed, temporary installation, and it is used for very small deployment. Why? Because in this case, what is happening, so here you can see that user accounts has a range of attributes, mandatory password, TLS, EAP TLS and PEEP TLS do not use password based authentication, and internal database does not support EAP TLS and PEEP TLS. So we have the huge restriction there the other restriction you have, that you have certain limit that how many endpoints you can store in the internal store. The way it is operating, maintained on primary admin and replicate to the secondary admin node if you have the distributed deployment, and then it will go and uh, install all those entries to the PSN. Correct? So here you can see there is a limitation because it is suitable for a small deployment, not a big deployment. And that's the reason we are looking for the external identity sources. External identity sources are scalable, redundant, and they have the authentication framework, means they are supporting most of the protocols, most of the authentication protocol. So here you can see the examples are LDAP, Radius Certificate, etc. We'll see that integration. We have lab for that in the upcoming section. So you can see the integration, and let's just stop here. In next section, we'll start from the external source, that is the Active Directory, one of the most popular external identity source we have at this point of time. Let us start where we have left off. So we want to learn now about Active Directory. Now the structure of Active Directory, here you can see that forestry, domain, and the organizational unit. Now the Active Directory is giving us the scalability factor. It can scale, and it is supporting almost all the authentication protocols. So here you can see the important points are that it can be used for user network device object groups. This is hierarchical. It's a widely deployed structure. Most of the places you'll find AD is being used as the external identity source. All common authentication methods are supported. Some combination of username, password, and certificate uh, validity or certificate authentication also they are supporting. Cisco ISE can rewrite the certificate to verify a user local machine. Certificate is very important thing. We should understand how the certificate work. So what I'm going to do here is that even before starting the integration of AD with the ISE, I'm going to record few videos related to how you are going to use the system certificate, trusted certificate, how you are going to integrate. So while you are doing the integration with AD, you have to install this certificate as well. That's the key thing, and it's very important. So that's why we have few videos related to certificate, and then you'll find important video related to integration. Now while you are doing the integration, you will see that you have the name and the join point. You will see in the lab section it can integrate up to 50 join point. So from domain 1 up to domain 50 can be integrated with the ISE. And very important thing here is that ISE can rewrite the format and do the communication with the AD server. So here you can see that ISE is working on behalf of. So any request any request that is coming from user who belongs to Active Directory, that request can go to the ISE. ISE will validate this with the external source, external identity source. So he can rewrite that format and communicate with the AD, and then it can further validate, means the further authentication and authorization process will start after that. So here you can see that uh, ISE rewrite resolve ambiguity issues with AD format. Cisco ISE modify username in incoming request sent to AD in require format. It can also rewrite identity in certificate, and here you can see the snapshot. Again, we are going to do the lab where we will see that what options we have. So once you are doing the integration with ISE, ISE to Active Directory, so then at that point of time we have the diagnostic tool. We can run the diagnostic tool, so you can check that, oh, you have issue with DNS, DHCP, etc. Apart from that, we can go and check that that particular user belongs to how many groups. So those validity also you can do. That is, you will see in the follow-up videos. So let's start with certificate installation and then AD integration, and then after that, once we complete this, then we'll go and move to the LDAP integration. Now we have to perform a lab related to certificate enrollment. So let me go and log into the lab. All right, so we are in the lab section. Here you can see we have the fresh new ISE, and I can go to my Microsoft AD server. First of all, I need to download the CA certificate. So here you can see that I have this option, download a CA certificate. Let us click there, download this certificate. And then I have this option, download CA certificate. It is getting downloaded at this place. So here you can see that we have the download location from where I can upload this certificate. Let's go to ISE. Inside ISE, we have this administration tab. Inside that, we can go to certificate, and then first of all, you can check the various type of certificates like system certificate, then we have trusted and others. Now once we are inside this trusted certificate, we can go and import what we have downloaded. We have this option, choose the file. Let's go there and let's move to the folder where we have downloaded the certificate. Now here I can go and check the date, but this is the certificate that CER6 that you can see. So once we download this, here you can see that we have options. First of all, we can go and give any friendly name. I'll give this name as a ICE and AD. Then we have option like trusted for. So this is trusted for authentication. Then trust for client authentication and syslog. Trust for authentication of Cisco services. As per our requirement, we can go and choose this option. Click submit. Now once this will get submitted, so here you can see that we have some other pop-up. Do not show this again. It's okay. Click the submit and we can click yes. It is saving. And now we have our certificate inside trusted certificate. Next, what I can do, that I can go and verify this. So here you can see that we have the ICE AD in. I can go and click edit just to check. You can go and check the details. If I scroll down, you can see various information related to this ICE certificate that we have. All right. Now the next step we have is to generate the CSR. So I can go click certificate signing request. On top, I have this CSR option. We can go there. Again, you can see that we have various options related to CSR. And node is ICE1. We need to fill all these options that we are seeing here. So I'll go and fill it. My OU, that's the organization name, is IT. And my organization, say for example, I can give ICE lab. City, I can go and give, say, ST, San Jose ST. State is California. And this information we should have before we are generating the CSR. All right. So once we go and fill all this information, the next task we have is to import this. So we'll go and generate this, and then we can import as well. All right, so let's complete this, and we can go and add the DNS name. Say for example, demo.local. I can go and add more entries there. So let me add some more entries. And then I have some other entries as well. So you can follow the same steps that I'm doing here. Now here you can see that your DNS order that you're putting, that is going from a more specific to the generic. So first of all, it will try to resolve with demo.local, then ISE1 demo.local, and then we have the wildcard, means anything, and then demo.local. After that, if you want, we can give the specific IP addresses as well, and that's actually the recommended one. We should do like this. And finally, I have one more entry, so let me go and add that entry as well. So I can go here and I can add, say, for example, 122 if I have, and then finally I'll go and add the IP address field as well. So the IP address field is 10.1.100.21. Great. Let's continue and check the other things. The key type is RSA. The key length is also okay. The digest to sign with is SHA-256. That is also in between the lines. The tightest one is SHA-512, but we're okay with 256 bit. Finally, I can go and click generate. So let me click generate this CSR. Once it is getting generated, I can export this, and now I have my CSR certificate that is up and running, that we can use it for further certification process. All right, so let's continue. So now we have the CSR generated. What we can do here, that just select this CSR, click view, and then you can go to the CSR content and just copy it. I can copy and close this. Why we are copying it? Because now we'll go to the AD server. You can go to the home page. Once you go inside the home, you will see request a certificate. So from that CSR, we are going to generate a certificate that further we are going to use inside the ISE. So here you can see that we have the advanced certificate request. I can go there. I can paste whatever I have copied from the ISE CSR. And here, because since it is going to use for admin, so I can go and use this for a web server attributes. We can leave it. Click the submit button, and then we can download the certificate. So we can wait for a few seconds. It is generating the certificate in the back. Here you can see that we can download the certificate. Again, it's important here to note that we have DER encoded or we have base 64 encoded. Here I'm using base 64 encoded, and then I can download this certificate. Now this is 7.CR that we will use. Again, let me show you the location of this particular certificate. Again, this is inside the download folder. I can copy this location. My certificate is 7.CR. Now going back inside the ISE, we are back into the ISE. What we need to do with this CSR that we have generated the CA inside the AD server or inside the root CA server, we need to bind it. So here you have this bind certificate option. Just click there, choose the file, and we have the location. Although we have this cert7, so I can go and click open, and then I can give any good friendly name. So for example, I'll give ISE1 admin wildcard cert. So this is the name, and since this certificate is going to be utilized for the admin, and because admin is going to use it, the services will get restart and it will take some 15 to 20 minutes to come back on. Correct? So here it's important that we can check the usage of this certificate, and here you can see that we have uses related to use certificate to authentication to ISE admin portal. Then we have the option to use for EAP authentication, Radius, Pixie Grid portal, etc. So let's use this for admin and then click submit. Now once you click submit, you can see that the system will now restart it, services will get to restart, and it will take some time to come back up. It will take 15 to 20 minutes. It took exactly 15 minutes. So after 15 minutes, we should go and validate the certificate installation. Now there are various ways that we can go and validate it. So first of all, you can log in via the CLI and you can go and check the application status ISE. You should see that your applications are up and running because the ISE got rebooted. So you can go and execute this command and you can check the output. Mostly you'll find that your applications are running. And here you should see that your application server is up and running. Apart from that, other services are also up and running. Now next, we can go and log into the ISE again one more time. Now once you log in here, it's very important that you can go and check the connection. So here it is showing the connection is secure. Now if you go and click to the secure connection and certificate and this valid, here you will find that the same certificate that we have installed is showing here. So we can go and first of all validate the serial number. Remember, we have our certificate as well that we have downloaded from the root CA, Microsoft root CA. So let me open that as well parallelly. And here you can see that we have the details and we can check the serial number. Serial number, you can see that we have the same serial number. Now this serial number, I can again go and validate inside the ISE as well. I will show you that. Remember this 016E. I will log into the ISE. I will go to administration certificate and I'll show you that as well. Let's validate or verify first of all the ISE certificate. So here you can see that signature hash algorithm we have given SHA-256, who is the issuer. All this information we have given. Apart from that, we have given the IP addresses as well, the DNS as well. So let me scroll down and you can see that we have information related to DNS entries as well. So I can go to the subject and let's scroll down, and here you can see that we have the SAN. These details we have filled it when we have created the CSR. Alright, finally you can go and check the thumbprint as well. Let's close this and we can go and inside ISE we can go to the certificates. Here inside system certificate, initially we have wildcard cert. I have given some I have done some change in the name. We have wildcard.cert and you can go and verify this as well. So I can go and click view and here you can see the details. Now the order that we are seeing here, that inside root CA we have the identity certificate, that is the ISE. Now in large deployment, already we have covered this thing in the theory portion, that we have subordinate certificates or intermediate certificates as well. In lab production, it's okay that lab environment, it's okay that we have the CA and the identity services. All right, let's go again to the view, and here you can see that inside root CA we have ISE demo. If I scroll down, we can match all these informations that we already seen inside the certificate. Let me close this. Now since we have installed this certificate only related to admin, But if you want to add some other certificate features or other certificate rules as well, so you can go and check. So for example, EAP authentication I can check. I can go and add the portal as well. Inside portal I can give the portal name. So for example, ISE lab. You can give any name. I've given ISE lab for us, like that, and again we can go and save it. Now this time this will not get rebooted because this is just the features that we are adding inside this certification process. So now our certificate is up and running. We have covered all the steps. So we have covered that how you can create the certificate. You can generate the CSR. From that, how you can have the root CA. You can go and bind that certificate with the ICE server. Once it is binded, then you can go and check that your services are secure. Means whenever you log into the ICE, you can go and check the valid certificate that is there in the web browser. All right, so let's stop here. Next important lab we have related to ICE AD integration. Already I have covered the theoretical section in the previous videos. So let's continue with the lab. All right, so we are inside the ICE. Now we want to integrate ICE with the AD. You have multiple ways to do it. You can go to the work center and then you have external ID source, or you can go to the administrator and then you have this external identity sources. So you can go and reach to the same place via multiple ways. Now once you reach here, you can see that you have the Active Directory, LDAP, ODBC, radius token, etc. At the moment we are focusing on integrating the Active Directory. So you click Active Directory and then you click this add button. Once you are there, then you can go and give the join point name. So in my case that is a demo.local, and then again I can go and give demo.local as my Active Directory domain name. Click submit, then it will ask you username and the password. So let's give the username and the password first. And suppose if you give any wrong credential here, obviously it will throw an error, but ICE will give you the message that your username, password, or maybe your organizational unit is incorrect. So let me give the username and the password, and then I can go and specify the OU. So let me go and give the OU. In my case, say OU equals ICE, and then again OU equal to HCC. Click OK. If everything is correct, AD will get integrated with ICE. Now once we have the integration done, then what next? You can go and retrieve the AD information, or you can go and retrieve the AD group information. So you can go and click to the group, and then here you have this add button. You can go and click select groups from the AD. You have this wildcard here, that is asterisk, that means everything. Click retrieve the group. Now what we can do here, that inside my AD we have so many groups and we want to select a few of the groups, or if we want to deselect few of the groups, we can select or deselect and then click OK. So now you can see the list of the groups that we have. We can go and click save. Then we can go and check the attributes as well. Same process. We can select the attributes from the directory. And suppose I want to check one attribute related to one of the employee. So I can go and give, say, employee 2, and you can go and retrieve the attributes related to this employee. Now retrieving the attributes again, we have the option, we can go and select some attributes from here, click OK, and then we can go and click Save. Now it's very important for us to understand that while we are doing the integration of our AD, we can go and run the diagnostic tool. So you can select your AD, you can run this diagnostic tool, and then we have option here, run the test now, and in bottom also you have run test and run all the test. Means you want to check the AD services that are running fine or not. So what will happen that ICE will communicate with AD, and then it will check that inside AD the services related to DNS, Kerberos, LDAP, they are working or not, or AD is healthy or not. That's a very important. Now suppose if you have any issue related to NTP that we have seen in the theoretical section, that if entity is not configured correctly or any of the important attribute is not there, then you will see some sort of error that will get exchanged. Likewise, again, we can go back, and if you want to check the user, then that option is also there. So you can see where we have the diagnostic tool, we have the test user as well. I can go and click test user. We have one test user called employee, so employee 2, and then I can go and use the lookup. I can click test. Now this particular employee user, you can see the success message. We have authentication result. We can go and check the groups. We can go and check the attributes as well. Likewise, if you want with this employee, you can go and check the MSRPC, and we should give the password, and we can justify it. Again, if password is wrong, you will get failure message, but yes, the authentication result, the group attributes, they are up and running, they're good, fine. So this is the way that we can go and integrate, and we can do the validation testing, integration of AD with ICE. We can do the integration and then we can testify it. This video and follow-up video, we are going to learn about LDAP and other identity sources. Lightweight Directory Access Protocol, it is also using the same type of schema that we have in the Active Directory, Sun Directory, etc. because the build is x.500 based directory servers. Now the problem with LDAP is that it is using plain text authentication method, although the session for LDAP is encrypted, or it's actually protected via TLS. Now the other method is radius. For radius also we have one small video. Radius means related to AAA, authentication, authorization, and accounting. Cisco ISE supports a standard radius server, and you can say that in between the ISE and the radius server we have radius protocol, and we are using token based authentication, PEEP with inner EAP GTC, EAP fast with inner EAP GTC. Other methods we have like SAML, RSA, certificate, and ODBC. SAML uses XML based open standard format, RSA using two-factor authentication methods. Certificate method, we have that instead of password, username and password, we can use the certification process. And then finally we have the ODBC method, where for guest sponsor, BOID, etc. we have the database, so we can use SQL, Oracle, PostgreSQL, Microsoft SQL, Sybase, etc. All right, so what I'm going to do that in follow-up video, you will see that how we can perform the task to integrate ICE with LDAP, and plus there is one video related to identity source sequence. So tune for upcoming videos. 2 videos we have follow-up with this video. Our next topic is certificates and identity store. Here you can see that we have root CA and this ICE primary, say intermediate CA, then you have sub CA. So for all the nodes we have certificates. Now how the users will authenticate with the ICE certificates, that we can see here in the animation. So my client, he's browsing somewhere in between. I have this NAD, nothing but the authenticator or network attached device, maybe wired or wireless device. And here you can see that I have ICE server. Now the request will come. You can see the request is coming in step number 1, that initiate request to establish HTTPS tunnels with portal ISE. Then response is coming. Okay, step number 2, certificate sent to the browser. Then step number 3, use in prompt to accept the certificate, means I am accepting the certificate after it is stored in the browser keychain and trusted store. And finally, I have end-to-end TLS tunnel built in. Okay, encryption with HTTPS communication. After that, further PEEP, fast EAP or other stuffs will happen. So once these applicants, these clients will get certified, you can say, with the ISE server, after that the EAP happens. That is the next step. Okay, now here I have created one list that you can all the time you can refer this list. So for which particular 802.1 authentication, which method we are using, say EAP, TLS or wireless EAP or PEEP version 1, PEEP with MS CHAP, EAP, fast, all these methods, how they are using the certificates, what is the characteristic, credential used, single sign-on use, everything will get in this chart. So it will be very important chart. I will show you why in the next slide. So here you can see that how to submit credential. We have option manual authentication security. What does it mean? So suppose if I am using PEEP MS CHAP version 2, at that time what is happening that in my laptop the server cert authentication signed by trusted CA belongs to allowed server. Now client authenticates known username password. So here we are referring the PEEP extensible authentication protocol MS for Microsoft. CHAP is challenge handshake authentication protocol version 2, where you are seeing this type of methodology. But if I refer TLS, so here in TLS you can see that CA server, root server is sending the certificates, after that the authentication happen. So that's why if you go back to our chart and if you refer this chart, say with respect to TLS and with respect to PEEP version 0, that is the MS CHAP, here you will find the things that we have discussed. So let me highlight. First of all, the user authentication database and server. You can see here that this is using all these LDAP and novel NDS etc. Here it is using NT domains Active Directory. First difference between EAP, TLS and PEEP, that is the MS CHAP version 2. Now what is the other differences that I want to highlight here? That client certificate required. Yes, here we don't need client certificate. That is the major difference. Then credential used, it will use digital certificate. Now it can use Windows password server digital certificate. So this is again the other difference. Rest we can leave it. So with help of these two references, like client certificate required for EAP TLS, client certificate required. For PEEP we don't need. For EAP TLS, digital certificate required. Here it will use simple password. So if I again go back, now you will understand this animation, that here client certificate is not required and simply with help of known username password you can authenticate. But in EAP TLS, where you are creating say transport layer security tunnels or trusted layers tunnel, at that time you need a certificate both the side, and then you will create the HTTPS tunnel, or you can say that we are creating the TLS, tunnel layer security. Okay, but it is actually a version of transport layer security as well. So TLS, you can see all these things we have here, and credential use is digital certificate, characteristic is EAP TLS. All right, these are things that you can refer. Now how I can enable this, I'll show you in the NIC adapter. You can go there and you can add the servers there. ISE certification certificate used in ISE node registration, Pixie Grid communication, EAP authentication, admin portal, end user portals, interface with third-party APIs, posture, secure syslog, secure LDAP. These are the identity store we have. So inside ISE, we have internal endpoints, users. We can do third-party integration with Active Directory, LDAP server, token servers as well. These are the things that we can do inside ISE. And here you can see some of the third-party databases or servers where we can integrate. Again, here we have the list of protocol and ISE internal AD LDAP Redis token SQL. This is something like ID store compatibility matrix. Just for your reference, you can refer all these list of authentication protocols. Alright, so let me log in to the device and then I'll show you this sequence as well. This is the identity source sequence inside the ISE where you have the all user ID stores, certificate request, guest portal, my device, sponsored portal sequences. Alright, so let me go and let me show you that where you will find all these things inside the ISE. So here I logged in inside my ISE and this is my home page. Now if I go to Work Center, inside Work Center you can see I have identities. So inside identities, if you go, you will see endpoints, you will see network access user, you will see identity source sequence. Inside identity source sequence, you can see I have all user ID store, certificate, guest portal sequence, my device portal, sponsored portal sequence. Now suppose if I click add here, then you will see that we have option, and suppose if I give this name, say test for example, and inside test identity sequence I can give say user and I can send user in the selected column. In the bottom also you can see treat as if the user was not found and proceed in the next. So it will start checking this selected store and whatever sequence is there afterwards it will go and check those sequences as well. Let me click here submit. So it will submit that. Now we have the test. If I go inside test, you can see what is the available identities, what is the selected identities, and if I select more, then it will check in the sequence. Okay, that is the one thing. The other thing I want to highlight here that I can go to my NIC adapter. So whatever adapter I have, but first of all you need to enable the services. So let me show you those two things. If I go here, if I go to the properties, inside properties I don't have authentication option. So for that I need to go first of all inside services. So I will let me type my services.msc. Services.msc. I have to go inside services. I need to enable services related to wired auto config. Start this. Once you start this service, then if you go to your NIC properties, now you can see the authentication, correct? Now here you can see the Microsoft protected PEEP. This method I want to change. I'll show you all the other options as well. So if I can go and click here, you can see that secured password MSCHAP. I can use that. Enable fast reconnect, enforce network access protection, etc. So all those options we have. Now connect to the server, say ice.com. Even here also you can go and configure, yeah, automatically, yeah, correct. Okay, and even in the additional setting also, now you can give your username and password here. Enable single sign-on for this network, so that option is also there. So you can see that once you enable this, service wired autoconfig, then you will start getting the authentication option related to your NIC adapter where you can put the username password, and your 802.1x authentication features will start working. Okay. Now the next important integration we have with the ISE is the LDAP and ISE integration. So let's learn that how we can go and do the integration. We can go inside the identity services, and then we have option, we can go to the administration and external identity source. Now here we have the LDAP below AD. Click add, and then we can go and add the LDAP. So I'll give the name, say LDAP demo local is the name of my LDAP. Again, I can go and give the description. Say I can give any good innovative description. And then we have the schema. One of the popular one is Active Directory, but you can see we have option Sun Directory, Novel, Custom as well. Now once we give this information, here you can see we have the submit and the cancel button, but we should complete this. We should go and go to the next, that is the connection, and we should give the host name. So the host name is ad.demo.local. The port number is 389. You can see that we can have the primary and secondary server option. Then I can go and give the authenticated access, the admin DN. So let me give the name. The CN is administrator. Then the CN equal to users. Then DC equal to demo. And then again DC equal to local. Great. The password. Let me give the password. And then once everything is correct, we should go and check the bind server. But before doing that, let me show you the last thing that we should check here. I can go to this directory organization and I can check the naming. Here you can see that dc.local is coming. Likewise, again, I can go and check the naming context. DC and local is coming. Now in phase 3, if you do not give correct authenticated access, this directory organization will not get resolved. Correct? Now once you reach up to this point, you can go and check. So let me scroll down. Test the bind to server. Now here you can see that is binding. Total number of subjects 20, number of groups 47, and the response time is correct. Everything is done. We can click submit. And now our LDAP is integrated, up and running. Like we have done the testing in our Active Directory integration, we have done the testing with respect to groups and attributes. Here also you can go and do the testing related to groups and attributes. So let me show you the groups. You can go here and you can retrieve the groups. And likewise, you can go and retrieve the attributes as well. So very straightforward, we can go and do the ISE to LDAP integration in this fashion. Hello everyone, I'm going to give you offer related to CCIE lab. In this lab, what you will find, so let me quickly show you that. In this lab, you have multiples switches. You can see you have more than 16 switches, 20 routers. You have SD-WAN full-fledged lab. Actually, this is complete CCIE Enterprise 1.0 lab, where you can do section 1, section 2, section 3. Maybe you know that in CCIE exam, you have 3 different sections. Means already sections are defined, but generally these 3 sections that students are practicing. And in this 3 sections, you can perform everything, all the tasks you can perform in this particular EVE-NG lab. You can see the version and the supported images. This is exact match that we have in the exam as well. So for example, for SD-WAN, you need to work on V edges and the we manage, release is 18.4. That's the same release we have in the exam as well. So this will be your very much similar lab setup that you have in your CCI exam for your practice purpose. Now, what you can't do in this lab, you can't do lab related to DNA because in this EVE-NG lab, we don't have Cisco DNAC integration, and you can't do ISE lab as well because in this we don't have ISE integration as well. For that practice, you need full-fledged online rake from any good place. You can go and have it. But apart from that, apart from 2.1, 2.2, actually, you can go and perform all the tasks. Even if you are not practicing for your CCI exam, for example, you are practicing for your CCNP and you want to check your OSPF knowledge, BGP knowledge, MPLS knowledge, SD-WAN knowledge, all those tasks you can go and perform in this lab. With this lab, I'm providing the video guide, how to do all those tasks. Even we have the lab guide as well. So you can simply follow those guide. You can simply go and complete all those tasks. Suppose if you are new to the technology, so I have multiple free videos in YouTube and Udemy that you can go and refer to upskill your knowledge, to learn the technology, and then simply you can go and use this particular lab and you can break any CCNP, CCI exam. Means you will pass it easily. Now, what is the cost? And these are the sections that we have in the CCI exam. So what is the cost of this? Because I'm offering this for the students, so I put very little, a small cost here. So you have to pay only 150 USD to get this particular software. And how you can go and get it, you have to email me. So my email address, you can send me one email request. Let me write here, Ratnesh721, Kumar721 @gmail.com. Just email me and send me the request, and I will give you this particular nice software, full-fledged software, EVE-NG software, or the file where you can go and practice your CCNA, CCNP, CCI, SD-WAN, full-fledged SD-WAN is there. So if you can go and watch my YouTube videos, in YouTube I have 22 hours SD-WAN video recording file, and so many SD-WAN videos I have uploaded in YouTube. Those YouTube videos also, you need some lab setup, right, to practice. So even if you're not preparing for your CCNP or CCI, simply you want to learn Cisco SD-WAN, you can go watch my free videos in YouTube, use this particular lab setup, and you can perform your SD-WAN. You can become master in the SD-WAN. Likewise, if you're preparing for CCNP, and CCNP, again, we know that we have N-core and one elective. For that also, you can go and perform all the tasks related to routing and switching, OSPF, BGP, everything in this lab. It's a full-fledged lab. So I will recommend you to send this email right away. Take this particular lab, practice, enhance your skill, and become very good in the market, so you will get high paid salaries. All right. After that, you go and watch the technology video. Thanks for watching. Hi everyone, thanks for subscribing my channel. What I have done, because you guys are looking for documents as well, so I created this new blog site, giganetworkers.in. What you can do, once you are logged into this particular website, web page, then you can go to this section called Secure Your Enterprise. And suppose if you are looking for cybersecurity related documents material, you can go inside cybersecurity. In this case, we are going to learn about ISE basics and architecture. So you can go and click to ISE, Cisco ISE. Once you are inside Cisco ISE, you can see I have uploaded part 1, part 2, and few of the contents related to ISE certification. So if you are looking for part 1 of ISE document, you can go and click. You can see your new link will come here where you can go and check all these slides related to the presentation. Now these are the master files, so maybe exactly whatever I am delivering in the video, you will not find as slide 1 to slide 10, etc. But what you can do, you can navigate and you can see that which portion actually I am explaining inside my video. So these are the good reference document that you can go and get from these links. So I hope that you will like my video and this documentation as well, and it will help you to gain more knowledge insights inside Cisco security appliances and Cisco security certifications as well. Our next topic is configuring network devices for secure access. In this, we'll see different deployment for wired, wireless, and VPN. So first of all, let's start with wired deployment. You'll find that we have 3 modes for deployment. So first of all, the first mode is monitor mode. In this monitor mode, what you will find that the authentication will be open. What does it mean? It means that you have open authentication and you can go to the corporate network, you can go to the internet. I'll show you the command itself will be authentication open over the NAD devices. Okay. The second mode we have, say, low impact. So in this case, you can see before and after authentication. Before authentication, you can access internet, but you can't access corporate network. Means you have some limited access. Okay. And what is the configuration here? So here your configuration will be something like authentication open plus you have ACL applied. Once your authentication is successful, then you have full access to go all the places. Finally, you have the close mode. So let me show you that close mode as well. Inside close mode, what you will find that before authentication, you don't have access, but after authentication, you have full access. So if we differentiate between monitor and the close mode, you will find that low impact mode is in between the monitor and the close mode. So we have 3 modes here. One is the monitor mode, one is the low impact mode, and one is the closed mode. These are the deployment actually for the wired. Now here again I'll show you the same, but we have different diagram and topology. Here in the monitor mode, what you have to do, that your authentication open will be there. So if you are using this command over the interface, say gig 101, then your deployment mode will be monitor, correct? And other commands you can see, okay, switchport access VLAN, mode access, switchport voice VLAN, multi-auth. We'll see about these things, multi-auth, multi-host in the upcoming slides. But the main thing is your authentication will be open. Now we have some other commands as well because we are using this as a multi-auth. So I am giving MAB as well. I am giving .1x PAE as well. And the violation restrict, that is different. But the key is authentication open. Now no impact existing network access. See what is on the network, who has the supplicant, who has good credential, who has bad credential. Now in case of, okay, again we'll discuss this and then we'll move to the next low impact. Monitor mode, next step, improve accuracy, evaluation, remark, risk, leverage information, prepare for access control. These things we have. Now low impact mode, you can see that before authentication you have less privilege, less access. After authentication you have full access. What is the command we have related to this? So you have authentication open from monitor mode and plus you have ACL applied. So these 2 commands will be there. That means you are running low impact mode. Low impact mode configuration, start from monitor mode. You can see here it is starting from monitor mode. Why? Because we have authentication open. Add ACL, DACLs and flex auth. Yes, this is the 2. Limited number of devices connected to port, that is also important. Authorized phones with decals and wires, VSA. VSA is nothing but vendor specific attributes, VSAs. Alright, we'll see the closed mode. Inside closed mode, you don't have those things. Correct. Now here you can see that no authentication open I am using. Plus if authentication is failed, authorized to a particular VLAN. So this thing we know that we are doing COA, that is change of authorization. If authentication event no response, authorized to VLAN this, that's also correct. Authentication event server dead action, authorized to VLAN this. So whatever causes are there for authentication, you are authorizing to VLAN, say for example 101. As per IEEE specification of 8021X, no access before authentication. Rapid access on 801X capable corporate assets. So already I told you that before authentication you don't have any access, after authentication you have the full access. Alright, so these are the three important modes. Here you have the summary. Just pause the recording, have a look on the summary. Whatever we have discussed so far, you'll find in the summary. In the course, I'm going to use IBNS 1.0 and still we have IBNS 2.0 as well, but this IBNS 2.0 is Cisco is start using now, where you can create template, and the same configuration that we are doing with respect to say IBNS 1, we can do with respect to 2.0, but you have to create the templates. Okay. Now what authorization options we have? So pre-auth option. In the closed mode, we don't have any authorization. In open mode, we have selective access. In open mode, we have full access. So closed, low impact, and the open mode or the monitor, we know this thing. Post authentication, we have full access. That's okay. Now our next topic is that what is the host mode? So far we have discussed about deployment mode. Now we are going to discuss about host mode. Host mode, you will find that we have various options. Say for example, we have option single host. Single host, at that time if you connect anything to the hub or switch, only one host will be authenticated, other host will be blocked, because over this interface you are allowing only one host. Suppose if you are using multi-host, so when you will use multi-host, either you have hub connected with the PC, but nowadays very few network will find hub. The use case is that you have ESXi, on the top of that you have guest operating systems, and those guest operating system you are authenticating with respect to multi-host. So that may be one of the example. Plus maybe you have a wireless access point, and then other wireless PCs are connected with this wireless device. That time also you can use this multi-host. Now we have multi-domain as well, and here you can see the nodes that each domain, voice or data, authenticates one MAC address. Second MAC address on each domain cause security violation. So you have two different domains. You have voice domain, you have data domain. They are authenticating, no problem. But if the new system is coming towards the same port, they will get blocked in case of multi-domain. So for that, what we can use multi-auth. If we use multi-auth, in this case, voice and the data PCs, it's more than one PC, will be getting authenticated with the switch interface inside their interface, say this place. Alright, so these are the deployment mode and these are the host mode we have in the wired, say 8021X deployment. Again, we have some use cases just for your reference. You can see, but again these use cases are very important, so let me highlight here. Close mode we know, authentication failed VLAN. Then what you will do, you will change the authorization. So command is authentication event fail action authorized for limited access towards the VLAN 50. So authentication event fail action is next method. That's okay. Then say authentication event no response action authorized VLAN 51. So what is these commands that if you don't have any response, then you can change the authorization. All the places we are changing the authorization and we are checking what is the next. Correct. Here also authentication event server dead action authorized VLAN 52. Now in this method we have flexible authentication as well. Flexible authentication means that we have priority, say we have priority, say first priority is 8021x, then map, then web auth. So we can use flexible authentication as well, and in the command itself you will find how we are using the flexible authentication. So here you can see that for authentication I can give order .1x map web auth. So .1x map web auth, that is the order I am defining. Authentication priority I can give priority order as well. Then because it is using multi-auth, so here we have MAB, MAC based authentication as well, .1x as well, port control is auto, that's okay. But here you can see that we can use all these things. Apart from that, we have AAA configuration as well. So AAA, we know AAA is authentication, authorization and accounting. So AAA authentication .1x, I'm using default group as a radius. Suppose if you define your radius server, and not this command, but if you define the radius server name, for example ISE, then you can give group as a ISE. Otherwise you can use default radius. So for authentication, for authorization network, for accounting .1x, we can have command. Then globally we are running this command, say .1x system auth control. If this is a switch, I can use the command IP device tracking as well. Okay, so those things are recommended commands that we can use. Now I told you that we have option for IBNS 1 and 2. In this course we are going to focus only on 1.0, but if you have time, just go through and check the Cisco document, that how you can create the class and all those things, and you can use the template attached to the interfaces. Alright, so if we see full summary of configuration after AAA command, means we are running AAA command globally, that we have seen in the last slide. Then over the interface, how we can configure, define the VLAN, define switch port mode access, authentication control. Say if authentication, any problem with authentication, give some authorization. So here changing the authorization to 100. Authentication is open, that is this is the monitor mode. Authentication order .1x map priority .1x map. Authentication port control auto periodic. Authentication timer re-authenticate server inactivate server dynamic violate restrict. Then because this is multi-auth, so where is the authentication host mode? So if your authentication host mode is multi-auth, you can give MAB as well, .1x PAE authenticator timeout and spanning tree port fast. Alright, so these are the summary of commands that we have over the interfaces, and that's it. So this is the wired deployment. Next we have wireless deployment. Now while we are doing the wireless deployment, at that time we have option. What options we have with the wireless? Either the AP is running in the autonomous mode. So we have, say, a standalone AP, traffic centralized at controller, that is the centralized mode. We have Plex control where the APs, they have the local intelligence. We have converged access, that is traffic distributed to the switch. So these options we have for the deployment mode. In all the cases, first of all, we need to attach the device to the ISE. What does it mean by attachment? Means you need to add. So here you can see I'm going inside administrator, network resources, network devices, and here I am adding my WLC. Likewise, you can add your switch, your ASA, your routers like that. So here you have the list of devices, but important thing that you are giving the radius protocol as a radius and password, whatever you want to give, you can give. The same password you have to give here as well. That means both sides. So here in the WLC controller dashboard, inside the security, I'll go inside the security and then I'll give the shared secret, confirm that. So both the places I am giving the radius protocol and the shared secret password. So once this is done, because you can see here radius and then authentication. So once it is done, then we can do the rest of the configuration and we can do the deployment. So here you can see, suppose if I have wireless LAN, and this is again a good thing. So if you go and create your wireless LAN, say for example, here is employee 13. Once you create that WLAN, you'll get option. You want to create? Yes. Once you give this name, then you'll get this page. Once you are inside this page, you can do the general setting, security, QoS, policy mapping, advanced. Now, here, the status should be enabled. You have to check this thing because this will be disabled or this will not check. So enable this first of all. Then broadcast, say for example, SSID enable NAS ID WLC. Okay, no problem on that. Then we'll go to the security. In security, you will get various options. What options you have? Either you want to use WPA, WPA plus WPA2. So if you enable this feature, then you will get features related to AES. Once you enable AES, means combination of all these features, then you will get 8021X CCKM plus you can get pre-shared key. And then you can give your key, the same key when the laptop will join this particular WLAN, say employee P13. At that time, you have to give that same key in this laptop whenever you are adding with the wireless SSID. Okay, so you have various options related to security. If you want to use 8021X, you can use like this. Security, if you want, you can. It's not recommended, but you can disable for the MAV guest user. You have to use like this. Okay. Now, in the security itself, we are giving the authentication server, accounting servers. So for authentication and accounting, you can see I'm using 1812 and 1813. Otherwise, 1645 and 46 is the default port numbers, but we are giving 12 and 13. Okay, so these are the configuration that we have to do. If we are using say GUI, then in the graphical interface it will be very easy. Only thing that you have to know where I have to go and which option I need to choose. Alright, so we'll give all those options. And in the advanced, this advanced is also very important. In advanced, you can go and you can check mark here the Flex Connect. If your deployment is Flex Connect, means you are going to give the intelligence to the local AP. You can enable that. Apart from that, you can see that we can give AAA override, apply radius server return attribute to clients, VLAN, ACL, QoS, and then we have NAC state. Radius NAC. When a client associate to controller on a radius NAC enable WLAN, the controller forward the request to the ISE. So these options we have, plus obviously you have the option for the Flex Connect as well. In the same advanced feature, you will get that option. Okay. Now, for the NAT setting to enable device sensor, what settings you want to do? So in the switch, you can give device sensor accounting, device sensor notify all changes. In the wireless device, you can do the client profiling like DHCP profiling on, HTTP profiling on, WLAN SSID advanced. We'll see that. So for profiling also, you can create the profile. So these all are very important options we have. And once you do all the setting that we have discussed, so here you can see finally you have one WLAN name employee that is done. Then my user can go and simply connect this. Okay. Even if you want, you can go to the ISE, say policy element contains authorized simple condition, and if you want, you can set the condition as well for employee SSID. Alright, so everything is done. Now the client will connect. So here I have my client. He will use the employee, say P13, and because this is 8021X, so he has to give a username password. He'll connect. Once he will connect, then ISE will authorize this. Once ISE will authorize this, he can use the internet. Okay. Here you can see in the advanced, you can give the flex connect as well. If you do the flex connect, then what difference with respect to flex connect and without flex connect, I'll show you that. So if you are using flex connect authentication, say in this centralized auth, so here you can see that local switching is on, local auth is disabled. That means I'm using centralized auth. That means that I'm giving my request to WLC, WLC is forwarding to ISE, and then I'm using the internet. Okay. So local switching on auth success, but if you use the local auth at that time, the AP is requesting for the auth. Once it is doing that, then it is doing the local switching. You can serve the internet. So that's the important difference between, obviously centralized means everything will be done by the controller, and if you have local authentication, if you have local intelligence, that means the AP should take decision on that. So what's the final configuration we have for the confers access wireless NAC? Obviously you have to give AAA plus radius configuration, plus you have to give wireless mobility, wireless management interface, wireless client, then say WLAN, Cisco TrustSec if you are using some sort of tagging, AAA override client VLAN, say 30, no shutdown, AP group, default group. So these are the commands you can give via CLI as well. Even we have option via GUI as well. And here I have 36503850 use for these AP controlling. Okay. So these are the important things for the wireless deployment, and I hope you understand all these steps. Next we have VPN deployment. In this case, I'm going to use, say, Cisco AnyConnect as a VPN deployment example. First of all, you have to add the ASA firewall inside the ISE. You have to give the password as well. Now, once you add the ASA firewall inside the ISE, then you have to create rules for authentication and authorization. The rules will be actually easier. So for authentication, I am giving NAS port type 61, that is equal to virtual. Allow protocol is default network, and to use for the internal users, that is the authentication. Simply 3 things we need to mention. Then for authorization, say my username is Cisco, so I am giving the username as a Cisco. The IP address of the NAS device, that is the 198.190.100 in our example. And then once the authentication is done, once all the condition fulfilled, then give the permit access. So he has the access to serve the servers inside the network. Again, over the ISE, it will look like this. Okay, great. Now, here you can see what configuration we needed over ASA firewall. So inside ASA firewall, you have to go and you have to add that ISE server. So for that, AAA ISE inside host and the key. The same key we have given in the ISE, the same key you have to give here in the ASA firewall. Then AAA ISE server protocol radius and some options if you want you can give. Now, this configuration is related to AnyConnect. AnyConnect configuration or AnyConnect CLI configuration is okay, but if you want to do AnyConnect configuration, you can always do with ASDM. Otherwise, you'll find the AnyConnect configuration is too big and there are chances that you miss some of the CLI commands. So better you'll do with ASDM. There you will get all the options like next, and you can configure it. Okay. So AnyConnect, remote general attributes, authorized server group ISE, accounting group ISE, default group policy AnyConnect, authorized required. Then we can create tunnel group. So tunnel group web attributes. Then group alias also you can give. Then group URL also you can, means where you want to serve you can give. So all those things, better use ASDM to do all these things. Finally, you have to give the web VPN. So you have to go inside like conft and you can type web VPN. Inside web VPN, enable outside. What is the AnyConnect image? It's very important. What is the AnyConnect profile? That is very important. Suppose if you have two ASA firewall and they are active passive, then you have to copy the AnyConnect image in the standby as well. Plus you have to copy the profile in the standby as well. Okay, so suppose if anything will happen with the active firewall, the passive will not break the AnyConnect connection. Your AnyConnect connection or your VPN tunnel will be up. How you verify that? You can go and type show VPN database AnyConnect and you will find that your AnyConnect is up and running. Okay, obviously you have to connect the AnyConnect like this. So in your Windows PC, you have your AnyConnect software installed. You have to go there, click, then you have to give the URL where you want to connect and then username password. That's it. Alright, so once you connect with AnyConnect, means it is going via ISE. And then you have some authority, change of authorization. If you want, you can give that authority with help of say downloadable ACL like deny ICMP. You're denying ICMP, but you are permitting anything. Then you can go to your ASA firewall. If everything is correct, you can check the ACL rule and you can check the hit counts as well. So for hit count, you can see here hit count for permit IP is 7, hit count for, so I'm not sending any ICMP traffic, so that's why hit count is 0 for ICMP. Now I already told you that remote access VPN, it's very easy to configure with help of ASDM, where you will get option related to network client access. You can, first of all, you have to upload the image, or best you can use the wizard. In wizard, what you want to VPN, remote access, client, and then you will get all these options one by one. Simply go and click and your AnyConnect will be configured. Once you done with the wizard, if you want to change or edit something, you can always come to this place, and then if you want, you can change the AnyConnect connection profile. You can check the AnyConnect client profile, software, dynamic access, group policies, IPsec version, all these things you can check. If you want to use say IKE v2, so you have to go inside the advanced, there you can check the negotiation protocols, all those things. Okay, so this was the VPN deployment with respect to ISE. So this is our lab topology where you will find that we have switch connected with ISE, and all these IP, actually these are the management IPs. Now I have data VLAN, VLAN 10, where I have map PC and .1x PC connected with IP phone. IP phone, we have voice VLAN 30, and then one access point is connected to the other interface, say that is inside VLAN 20. Now apart from that, we have one ASA firewall at .29 and we have one router 1 at .30. Okay, so one by one I will show you that how you can add these devices to the ISE. Here I am inside my ISE, so let me go to the administration. If I go inside administration and if I want to add my devices, what I have to do, yeah, you can go to network resources and network devices and you have to add this. But before that, let me walk you through the deployment and some of the other tabs as well. So inside deployment, if you go inside, say ISE, although we have discussed this earlier and we have checked the profiling as well, at the moment everything is checked. So let me uncheck few of the profiles or few of the probes that is coming. Radius, Active Directory, like that. So leave radius and HTTP. The rest I unchecked. Alright, let me save this first. Then inside administration, I can go to the settings as well. Inside settings, you can see we have protocols, EFAST. You can go inside EFAST setting, and here I'll give this name as a ISE that I'm using over the devices in the upcoming recordings or videos. Then inside radius you can see suppression reports. If you want to suppress some reports, you can suppress it. So already you can see that suppression is there. That is unchecked. Okay, we are very much okay with these settings. Now let me go to the administration, and if you want, you can create the groups, you can check the identity sequence, you can check the settings, all those things. So let me quickly go to the settings where I have user authentication setting. It is coming up, it's a bit slow, but it will come. Okay, alright, like that we can check the setting. It's a bit slow, so it is not popping. But in the upcoming sections, you'll find all those things, so no worries on that. Let's move and do our task, that is to add the devices, networking devices here in the ISE. So first of all, I'll go here and I'll add my switch 1. That IP address is, as per our diagram, 10.28. Alright, so once I have this IP address, let me copy this as well. Then I'll give the radius password, and everywhere this password is Cisco. So let me give that password. You can go and submit this. Saved. Likewise, I'll add 2 more devices. One is the ASA1, and that IP address is 29. Password I will give the same, that is the Cisco. Alright, submit. And finally I will add one more device, that is the R1. Okay, R1, and that IP address is 30. Let me give the password as well. So this is the way that you can add your devices over ISE, and the same key you have to use while you are doing the configuration for the devices as well. So in the next upcoming sections, you'll find the authentication authorization rules and what are the configuration needed at the level of, say, switch, R1 and ASA1. Let us create authentication and authorization result rules. This authorization result rule I am later going to use inside the authorization policies. Okay, so as per our topology, you can see that I have IP phone. I have, say, PC for MAB, PC for .1x, means one is doing MAC address authentication, one will do user-based authentication. I have access point. So if I create my authentication rule, how many things we have? I have, first of all, say MAB PC. Then I have say .1x PC. Then I have IP phone. Say then I have access point. Say then I have two other things. We have router, which is going to do SSH. And then again I have one Cisco any client user as well over the ASA firewall. So I need to create one rule for any connect as well. Now you'll see that IP phone will be there means as a profile. So we have profile for IP phone, and for any connect also we'll see that we can do permit access. So that means if I create authentication rule, say for MAB, this rule, so this will take care of IP phone as well, because this is also doing some MAC based authentication. This will also take AP as well, because this will also do the MAC based authentication. So one rule will take care of all these three. Next, I'll create rule for .1x, that will be authentication rule number 2. And then I will create a rule collectively for say SSH and any connect. So that means I'm going to create 3 rule. One is MAP rule that will take care all MAC based authentication. One is .1x rule that will take care of users. And one is say router SSH plus any connect. Okay, so these authentication rules I'm going to create 3 rules. Then when it is coming to authorization result, so at that time we have say for IP phone already we have profile, so I'll leave that. For any connect, because we are using say permit access, so that also we can leave it, but I need to create authorization result rules for say MAB, for .1x, for R1SSH, and for access point. Okay, and remember my MAB and .1x, they are inside say VLAN 10. My IP phone will leave that IP phone. IP phone has voice VLAN of say 30. My access point, this is in VLAN say 2020. For R1SSH, we have some other conditions. Okay, we'll see that. So let me go and create first of all authentication rule, and then I'll show you how we can create the authorization rules. Let us create authentication rule. So we can go inside policy, and inside policy we have authentication. Few rules are already there. Let me delete and create new rules so you can see those rules. Delete both the old ones. Save it. And then let's create new rule. So first of all, say I'll create a rule MAB. Now what is the condition for this? The existing condition and the new condition. I know that I have existing condition here, and that will be compound condition, that will be wired MAB. So I can use wired MAB. Then the allow protocol. For allow protocol, I have say default network access. Then because this is the MAC based authentication, so instead of internal user, we should select internal endpoints. Select internal endpoints and done. So we are very much done with the authentication rule, authentication policy, that is MAB. Then next I'll go below. I'll create .1x. So .1x. Now this time the condition is say wired .1x. So I'm going to select compound condition and then wired .1x. Now what will be the network? Network again I am going to use the default network access. And this is correct. The use is internal use. That's correct. So now my two authentication policy done. Our final policy is SSH and AnyConnect. So I'll go and create one new policy, say router SSH and AnyConnect. Now for this, I don't have conditions. So what I will do, I'll create new condition. This time the condition is virtual port type 61. Why? So let me show you that why we need that. Actually, I need port number or attribute number 61. So for that, I can go and search, say for example, virtual, or I can select, say, search, say, name, for example. So here you can see that I'm not able to search port number 61. That is the attribute. So what I can do in this case, suppose if you're not sure, simply go and type NASH, and in the NASH you will get the attribute numbers. So here the attribute is 61, NAS port type is 61, and then again I'll go and search, this time virtual. So if I search virtual, you should have give the correct spelling. Okay, so virtual, we have virtual port type 61 as well. We are very much done up to this point, and in the allowed protocol, I'll select the same default network access. We are very much done with three authentication policies. Say MAB, it will do authentication for all the MAC based devices, .1x for user, and R1 or router 1 SSH AnyConnect we have. So let's save this. Once we are done with the authentication policy, I'll go and I'll show you that how you can create the authorization policy. So for that, you can again go to policies, authorization, and then you have results. You can simply go to the authorization and the authorization profile. Inside authorization profile, I want to create profiles, say for first of all .1x, so for .1x, and then the DACL permit all. VLAN we have for this is VLAN 10 as per our diagram. Scroll down. Advanced attribute setting, we don't have anything. I can click here submit. Likewise, again I'll go and I'll create one more for MAB. Same set of things I am going to give. This time for MAB, and the VLAN is also 10. I can give VLAN 10, no problem. So our two authorization profile is done. Likewise, I can go and create two more. One is for SSH. So we have router 1 and we want to do SSH for that. For this particular SSH, what is the condition? Now my condition is that it will get full access, full privilege level 15 access. So I'll go and select web authentication, local web auth, and in the bottom you can see that I have full privilege access. Okay, so this you can give if you have some time. So here also you can go and select some idle time as well. So say idle time limit is, for example, 2880000. Whatever idle time you have, you can select that. Submit. We are done with these policies, profiles, and let me go and create the final one, that is for access point, that is for AP, and for AP, what is our VLAN? That VLAN is 20 as per our diagram. That is also done. Alright, so now we can check for, and if you want to filter out, you can go and filter your policy. But anyways, for AP.1x, MAB and SSH, these four we have created. And when we are talking about the policies, so 3 policies we have created. Policies, say I haven't saved those policies, so that's why they are gone. So you should go and save those policies as well. So let me redo that. MAB, this is existing condition, yes. This is compound one. That will be wired MAB, correct. Then allow protocols, that is correct. Internal endpoints. Let me go and choose internal endpoints. We are done. Now one more, that is my .1x condition, same, this time wired .1x. So we'll see where is our wired .1x, and then the protocol is this, and this is also done. So now I can finally save this. He's saving it. So this is the way that we can create our authorization profile and authentication policy. Our next task is to create the authorization policy. So you can go inside policy and then authorization. Here we have to create all those policy. Say whatever by default, let me delete that. The old policies I'm going to delete, because now I'm going to go and create the new policy that we are required or we needed here. So what are the policies? Let me list all those things that I'm going to create here. So I'm going to create authorization policy, say for .1x MAB. We have one access point, we have IP phone, we have R1 SSH, we have ASA AnyConnect. So these 6 authorization policies I am going to create one by one. So let's do it. Alright, so we'll go here and create new rule above. I can give say MAB. So what's the condition for MAB? It will be endpoint workstation. So I'll go here and then I will select, say, endpoint identity group is there. So let me go and select that. Inside endpoint identity group, inside say profile, let me scroll down so I'll get to workstation. That is the first thing. Second thing, that yes, it is existing condition, that will be wired MAB, that will come under compound condition. So let me go to the compound condition. Once I'm inside compound condition, I can scroll down, I can select wired MAB. Now what is the next thing we have? Next attribute we have is the NAS IP. So we have switch in between. And what's the IP for that switch? We'll give that. So my NAS IP address is say 198.1.10.28. Okay. And what will be the final condition? So that's enough. Now we have one permission. So what's the permission we have now? We have permission inside a standard, that is for MAB, that we have created in the last recording. Done. So you can see now MAB workstation, wired MAB, This is the switch IP and this is the permission. Likewise, I can create other policies. So let me go below and let me create policy for .1x. .1x, simply I'll go inside condition. Condition is compound condition. That will be wired .1x. I'll go here. I will select wired .1x. This is here. Then I'll add the attribute value. What's the attribute value we have? We have NAS IP. That will be the IP of the switch. That is the radius NAS IP 4. Let's give the IP, say 198.190.10.28. And then here we have one user as well. Okay, so we'll add attribute value one more time because we need to add one user. Username is, say, first of all, let's select with that user. This is 1. For example, user is CCIE. Alright. Then we'll go and add the permission. We have one permission for .1x. Done. Okay. So here you can see I can add map.1x. Let me save this. Next, I will create policy for, say, IP phone. So let's do that as well. And our IP phone is also connected with the same switch. So again, I can create one rule below. And here I can go and IP phone. This will be the part of endpoint identity group, obviously. So if I go inside the profile, inside profile, you will get that IP phone option. Let me click profile. It is opening up. Let me scroll down. Cisco IP phone. What's the conditions? I don't have any pre-existing condition. Only thing I can do here is that I can add the NAS IP. So that NAS IP will be the same 198.190.10.28. That is the switch IP. Then finally I'll add the permission. Permission, we have default Cisco IP phone permission there. Done. So now we have 3 rules. Likewise, let's create other rule as well. So one rule we have, say, any connect. Let me go and add any connect as well. Any connect. Now for any connect, do we have anything that we can select from here? No, we don't have. Then I'll go here. And do we have any existing condition? No, we don't have. Now for any connect also we have user. So let me give the user. User is, say, for example, Cisco. And then here it is connected with, say, ASA firewall. So for that I can give the IP address of the ASA firewall. That will be 198.190.10.29. For this we have permission. What permission we needed? This is like, let me show you this permit access. Yeah. So we are very much done with 4 authorization policies. Now we have to add 2 more. One is for SSH. So let me go below. I'm going to add one more for SSH. For SSH, we have any group? Yeah, we have one group. and that group is under, say, user identity. So I haven't created any group. What I can do here, let me reset this. Okay, so I have this 4 authorization policy already. What I'll do, I'll create one group for my SSH. So for that, what I can do here, I can go to administration, groups. Inside that, user identity group. Inside the user identity group, I can create any group, say for example, lab access or lab group, submit. Now I can go back to my policies and my authorization policy. Alright, so now I can create one rule below SSH. This time I can go to my user identity groups. I have lab access user. Then we don't have any condition, so we can create a new condition, and new condition I can add the IP address of the router, so I can search with NAS. The IP address of the router as per our topology is 198.190.30. Then we have permission you have created in the last section. What is that? That is for R1 SSH. Okay, so we have created 5 policies. Now we have to create one more, that will be the last one, and that will be access point. So for AP I can create. The problem here that by default you won't find AP is profiled here. So suppose if I go here inside the profile, and inside the profile if I search, the access point is there. So by default you will not find that access point. So that means what you have to do, that you have to go to your policy and profile and you have to add that. So I am here inside policy, I can go inside profiling. You can see profiling policies we have. I can expand that. So I can expand that. I can go to Cisco, starting with C, that's Cisco devices, Cisco access point, Cisco Air AP, and then I can tell, okay, yes, create the matching group. So once you create this, save this, and then you have to come back to policy and authorization. So come back here, then again we'll create new, and this time you will find that the access point will be there. So access point, and in the group, that will be the endpoint group. If you go and expand that endpoint group inside profile, this time you'll find that your access point, Cisco Air AP is here. We don't have any pre-existing condition. I have one thing, that this AP is also connected with the switch. So I can give the NAS IP. I can go here and I can give, say, NAS IP 28, and then I have permission for that. That is for AP that we have created. For AP. Done. So this is the way that you can create your authorization policies. In this section, I will show you that how you can configure this switch for your AAA and what are the configuration required over the interfaces. So you can see here I have interface gig01 that is connected with two domain. One is the voice domain, one is the data domain. Voice VLAN is 10, data VLAN is 30. The other interface gig0/2 is connected with access point. So we'll do the configuration for the switch in this particular section, and in the next recording I'm going to do the configuration with respect to say R1 SSH method and then the ASA firewall for AAA. Okay, so let me go log to switch number 2 and then I will walk you all the steps. So here I am inside the switch. First of all, I will enable the AAA new model. Then I can go here to authentication, login, say no authentication for line console 0. So for line console 0, login authentication is no auth. Then I am going to give a name for the radius server. So the radius server name is, for example, CCIE. What is the address for our radius server? That is 198.1.10.27. And here you can see what is the auth port. So auth port is 1645 and accounting port is 1646. Key is Cisco. So everywhere we are using radius key as a Cisco. Now once I have this radius server defined, what's the IP address and the radius key, then I'll create AAA group. And this AAA group, say for server, radius name is ISE, where my server name is, the server name is say CCIE. Okay. Now once I have this basic configuration, then I will do configuration for AAA, that is authentication, authorization and accounting. So authentication .1x default group is say ISE. Then AAA authorization. So authorization I need to give network. Default group is ISE. Then AAA accounting .1x and then the start. So I can type question mark here. Okay. So default start stop is group ISE. We can check here what are the configuration we have done with respect to AAA. And these many configuration we have done so far. Okay. Now next is to give the configuration related to radius attributes. So I can go to radius server, say attribute 6 on for login auth, then 8 and 25. So for 8 I will give include access, and then for 25, so let me go back, scroll up, yep. So 25, attribute 68. So what attribute I have used, let me click up arrow and yeah, that's correct. Then we have attribute say 25, that will be for access request include. Now we have some vendor specific attribute, so that also I'll give radius server vendor specific attribute send authentication. Authentication and authorization will happen in the single packet, so we don't have command related to authorization. So authentication and accounting. So we are very much done with the say global configuration related to AAA over the switch. I will give IP device tracking. If you have several VLANs, then you can do IP routing as well. Finally, I will give .1x system auth control as well. So we are done with the device configuration. Now what I can do here, I can go to gig 0/1. So we can give the interface related command. First of all, I'll do switch port mode access. Then the second thing we have, that is the switch port vs VLAN is 30. Okay. Then I have to give authentication command. So authentication host mode is say multi-auth because we have two domain. Authentication order say map and .1x. Authentication priority .1x map. Authentication port control auto. Okay, so these are the commands related to authentication. Now, because here we are using the MAC address authentication as well, so I can give map, then .1x, PAE authenticator, and we are very much done. Finally, we have spanning tree port fast. And then we can do shut, no shut. Alright. Now we can check the interface related command, gig 0/1. And here you have all the commands. Now next we have interface 0/2. So we'll go to interface 0/2. Here also switch port mode access. Then authentication. Now this time the host mode is multi-host because here I don't have two domain. Here only I am doing MAC based authentication. Because I have only MAC based authentication, so order I can give map. Authentication port control is auto. Map .1x PAE is, so PAE is authenticator, and we are very much done. Finally, we have spanning tree port fast, so port fast, and then we can do shut, no shut. We can check the configuration. We can type show run interface gig 0/2 as well. So this is the configuration where I have connected my access point. So this is the way that I can configure my switch. Next we have to do the configuration for router R1 and the ASA. So let's enable AAA here. Then the authentication login, same thing that we have done in the switch. Say no auth none. Then I can go to line console 0 and login authentication is no auth. Okay. Then I can go and create, say, radius server. That radius server name is a CCIE, and what is the address? IPv4 at 198.190.10.27. Auth port I can give as 1645, and account port I can give, say, 1646. The key is Cisco. Exit. Then again I can create AAA group, and that is radius ISE. The server name is CCIE that we have created. Then we have AAA commands like AAA authentication and authorization. So let's do that. The logging is SSH, but our group is ISE. Likewise, AAA authorization is exec mode SSH, and the group is ISE. I can go to line VTY 02, say for example 98. I can give, say, login authentication SSH, authorization exec is SSH, and then if you have requirement for session timeout, you can give that. If we have exec timeout, that also you can mention. That's it. Let's do the firewall configuration. Firewall side, it's very simple. You can go to AAA server, say ISE protocol is radius, then say AAA server ISE, say ISE, and some management. Obviously you can give the host address, say 198.190.10.27, and you can give key as a Cisco, and that's it. So this is the configuration related to SSH, and this is configuration related to ASA communicating with ISE server.
Hi everyone, thanks for subscribing my channel. What I have done, because you guys are looking for documents as well, so I created this new blog site giganetworkers.in. What you can do, once you are logged into this particular web page, then you can go to this section called Secure Your Enterprise. And suppose if you are looking for cybersecurity related documents material, you can go inside cybersecurity. In this case, we are going to learn about ISE basics and architecture. So you can go and click to ISE, Cisco ISE. Once you are inside Cisco ISE, you can see I have uploaded part 1, part 2, and few of the contents related to ISE certification. So if you are looking for part 1 of ISE document, you can go and click. You can see your new link will come here, where you can go and check all these slides related to the presentation. Now these are the master files, so maybe exactly whatever I am delivering in the video, you will not find as slide 1 to slide 10, etc. But what you can do, you can navigate and you can see that which portion actually I am explaining inside my video. So these are the good reference document that you can go and get from these links. So I hope that you will like my video and this documentation as well, and it will help you to gain more knowledge insights inside Cisco security appliances and Cisco security certifications as well. In terms of non-fabric, we can integrate DNA with ISE as an external authentication server. And one of the important use case we have to use ISE as an external authentication using Takakos. So in this section, what we are going to do, that first of all, we'll go and do the day 0 deployment for ISE. Once we do the day 0 deployment for the ISE, then we'll go and create the policy sets, etc. in the lab section. But before that, what I'll do that I will explain you all the theory behind that exactly what we are going to do in the lab section, what are the steps involved. And once we complete the lab, so by the end of that section, you will see that how we can go and verify as well. In this session, we are going to learn that how we can go and do the day zero deployment for IC. We have ICE 3.0. So first of all, what you need once you have your VM access to the ICE image, you have to go and type setup command, and then you can go and give the host name. So suppose I go and give the host name as ICE. Then you have to go and give the IP address. So let me go and provide the IP address. You don't need to press twice. You have to give this IP only once. And suppose if we have any problem doing this, again you can press Ctrl C, and you can see that you will move to the setup mode. Correct? So go to the setup mode, give the host name as ICE, then the IP address 198.168.133.27, the net mask. In my subnet, I'm using these net mask. Then the default gateway that I have. Then you want to configure IPv6. Default is no. I don't want to do that. Enter the default DNS domain. That's the cloud.cisco.com. And then the name server. Name server IP is this. Then it will ask you secondary name server. I don't have at the moment. Then it will ask you the NTP address. So we can go and provide the NTP address same as name server in my case. Do you have another NTP? No, I don't have. Inter-system time zone, let's say UTC. Enable SSH service, and this is very important. You should enable the SSH services. So then I can go and select yes for that. And then it is asking about the username. So by default, username is admin. And for that, we can go and give the password. So I can go and give the password. Now you can see that copying first CLI user to the first ICE admin GUI user, and the process in detail will start now. So what will happen that the ICE will go and start all its services related to administration services, monitoring, etc. Means that particular service will get installed, and it will take 15 to 20 minutes. Maybe it will take much time as well. It will take up to 30 minutes of time. And after that, we can go log into the GUI, and from there, we can go and start managing our ICE infrastructure. Correct? So let's give this particular session some time. And once all the services will get installed, we can go and verify from the CLI, and then we'll log into the GUI, and then we'll check the rest of the things related to the lab task. Now, let us understand the theory and the step behind the external integration. So integration between ICE and DNA and ICE as the external authentication server. In this case, the protocol that we are using is the TACACS. Great. So first of all, we need to integrate DNA with ICE. And what are the steps involved? You will watch this in the recording. So you have to go inside DNA, you have to go inside system settings, and then you have to choose the option authentication and policy server. Then you have to give the detail about ICE. So what's the IP, what's the secret key, what's the FQDN, and then you need to enable the TACACS option as well. By default, the protocol radius will be enabled. So enable that, give the shared key. That's the step number one from the DNA side. Now, we have deployed the DNA, and then the first step that we have to do, go to administration and deployment and enable the device admin service. That's the first mandatory thing. The second mandatory thing we have is to check the license related to admin services. So, and here you can see that this is ICE 2.7 or before, and this is ISE 3.0. ISE 3.0 will look like this. That's the snapshot I have given here. Now you can go and check the licensing, and in licensing you should have the device admin enable. That's the second check. Then the third thing we need to do from the ISE is that add the DNA inside ISE. So add the DNA and then give the Takekis authentication services check mark. Give the shared key here as well and save it. Now once you save it, then that means that now ICE is knowing that DNA is part of its network devices or network device. In case if you have multiple DNA, suppose if you have a cluster of DNA, etc., either you can change the subnet here or you can go and add one by one. Correct? So once we add that, and this radius authentication checkmark is not mandatory, so optional. So once you add the Takekis authentication, then at least 20% of the lab task is done. Correct? And you can see here that how this look like inside the older version before 3.0 ICE. Great. Now the next thing that we need to do, now we have option. We can use ICE with Active Directory integration, and those user groups we can create the rule. Or if we have external users, so we can create external user group and we can add identities, so external user identities inside the external user identity group, and then we can create the role. We know that in DNA we have network admin, observer, super admin, telemetry, etc. Like that, we can go and create here as well. So we can create the identity group, and inside that we can add the identities, because these identities and group we are going to call in the next phase when we'll create the policy set. Now here you can see that I created two, and in the lab I'm going to create actually admin one and observer one, part of DNA admin and the observer group, user group. Now next thing, and from here your Takekis configuration will start. So we need to go to the work center. Inside that work center, go to the policy element. Inside the result section, we have Takekis command set and Takekis profile. Now in Takekis command set, if you go there, by default there is one rule that deny all commands, but there we can go and add permit all. So for that you have to check mark this thing like permit any command that is not listed. Suppose if you have list of command, so you can click this add button here, correct? And then you can give a list of command like show IP int brief, show IP route, etc., etc. So that user, when you assign this rule in the authorization section, so that user will be authorized to use only those many commands, correct? So once you create this, the next thing is that we can go and create the Takekis profile. So now you can see that this is created, and we can go and create the Takekis profile. While creating the Takekis profile, it's very important that we have to use some sort of attribute, the Takekis attribute, and I have listed the Takekis attributes here. Let me go. Yeah, so here. So you can see that you have to give the you have the mandatory selection here. You can see in the bottom. Let me highlight. So because this is the critical piece we should understand. So you can go and create Takekis profile. You can create profile like network admin, observer, telemetry, etc. Then you can go and give the command. So you can give say default privilege 1 and then the maximum privilege 15. In between, whatever rules you want to add, you can add here, correct? And then in the bottom, you can go and give the attribute name, Cisco AV pair, and then the value. This value is nothing but the role, and again the role is defined as per the DNS. So role is, I have listed here, super admin, network observer, etc. Correct? So you can create the Takekis profile like super admin, observer, telemetry, etc. Like those, or maybe employee, contractor, guest users. Anyways, user, why they will get any type of access. So like that, we can categorize our Takekis profile, because this Takekis profile and the Takekis command set we are going to use in the next section when we will go and create the policy set. Now again, you are in the work center, and inside work center you can go to device admin policy set. This policy set rule that we are creating, this is with respect to TACACS. So by default there will be one default rule. You can edit that, it will work fine. Or you can go and you can go to this policy set section. There is one plus button. You click that plus button and you can create your own as well. In this lab I have used the default and the default authentication policy. Here you can see that in default authentication policy you have all user ID store, reject drop. Anyways, if the authentication will get successful, then it will go and check the authorization policy. We are not going to do anything with the authorization policy local exception and authorization policy global exception, but we'll go and create the rule related to authorization policy in the bottom. So in the lab, I'm going to create two rules, one for the admin and one for the observer, but you have to mention each and everything here. So you should go and call the conditions properly, and these conditions are nothing but the identity group and users that we have created. Then we can go and give the command set like permit all or some limited command, and then we can go and call the shell profile. So once our authorization rule is ready, uh, this is the authorization policy. So once the authorization policy is ready, our authentication policy is ready, that means we are very much good. The next task we have after this is that we should go back to the DNA. Correct? Go back to the DNA, go to the system setting users and external authentication, because once you go there, so you have to go back and make sure that your ISE and DNA integration is showing active. But you can go back to the system and then the users. So here you can see that you have the users. So you can go to the external authentication and you need to check mark this enable external user. At the moment you will go and check mark this, you will see that in the bottom the AAA server will come. Below this AAA you can see the shared secret, so you have to give the shared secret correctly. Once you give the shared secret as per the TACACS profile that we have created for the users, Cisco VPN and the roles like network admin, super admin, telemetry, etc., it will start working, it will start authenticating that. So once we reach there, then we can go and whatever identity group and inside identity group, whatever users we have, with those users we can go and do the login to the DNA. Once we log in, then those things should be captured inside ISE live log. So in the lab, you will see that I'll show you that you can go to the operation live logs and you can check the logs. Again, you can check the complete flow related to authentication and authorization, and that will complete our lab and discussion related to ISE integration with DNA, and ISE is working as a external authenticator server with respect to TACACS protocol. After the ISE installation, when we go and log into ISE, we'll find everything is blank there in that dashboard. Now what we need here, that you can go to the administration. Once you're inside the administration, you can go and check the deployment. Because inside the deployment, you can see that it is a standalone mode and we need the FQDN. So here you can see that FQDN that we have. This FQDN we need inside DNA to do the integration from DNA to ISE perspective. And the other thing that we need to do here, that we have to have enable device admin services. That's one mandatory check that we have. You enable that, click save, and we should go and verify the licenses. So the licenses should be, so we should have the license called the admin device up and in use, otherwise this feature will not work. So once we do this basic check from the ISE perspective, we can go back to our DNS center. Inside DNS center, you can go to the system settings, and inside system setting, you will see that inside settings, we have option to go and add the ISE or the AAA. So here you have the authentication and policy server option. Click add, and then you give the server IP address. Once you give the server IP address, just give the shared key. Check this Cisco ISE server on. Give the username and the password. Give that FQDN. And now if you check here, the subscriber name basically used for the Pixie Grid integration. You can give any name, say int or something. So DNAC ISE, and then that is the integration. Then we can go and check the advanced setting. Inside advanced setting, we should go and enable the TACACS services. Click apply. These things already we have discussed earlier in the PPT in the theory section. So these are the steps that we need to follow. Now once I will find that the status in between the DNA and ICE is active, that means at the moment what is happening that DNA is trying and creating the secure tunnel in between the ICE. They are checking their certificates, and then the DNA is registering actually ICE inside its database, correct? And now you can see this is in progress, but if we go after a few seconds, if we refresh the page, you'll find this status is active. And here you can see the protocol is ready and TACACS. Now next phase here is that we can go to the user and we can enable the external user authentication. But before doing that, we should go and do the rest of the configuration with respect to ICE. So now what we need to do here, we can go to the administration and network devices. So let me go to the network devices from the administration. And once you are inside the network devices, you need to add DNA. So it is already added here. So let me do one thing. Let me go and delete this because I will add, and I'll show you that how you can go and add it from scratch. So here you can go and you can add the DNAC. Then you can give the IP. So DNAC IP is this. Since we have only one IP address, if you have cluster of IP addresses, VIP IP addresses, etc., you can go and add with some specific subnet. Here, one IP, that's why we are using class 32. Then we can go and enable the TACACS authentication setting, and then we can give the shared password here as well. Click submit. So this setting is done. Now next thing we want to create the users. So users assigned to user group, and then go to TACACS and create the policies that we have discussed earlier. So now you can go and you can see the device administration. You'll find that you have the user identity group. We know that what type of identity groups we have inside DNA, correct? Now let me quickly show you that. So if you go back to the DNA, and it should be active till now. So it's active. If you go to the users, and if you go to user management, so you'll see everything is internal user. But if you go to role-based access control, and you can see that you have super admin, network admin, observer, and telemetries, correct? Great. Now let's go back to the ICE, and what we want, will create a user group, say DNAC admin. That's one. Likewise, I'll go and create one more for observer, just for our testing purpose. So other is the observer, and then we'll go to the identities. I'll create two identity here. One I'll go and create for DNAC admin. So suppose this is admin 1, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We can go and just assign the names. Let me give the password as well. Like that, I can go and I should give the correct password. Otherwise, obviously the DNA will throw the error. Yep. And then here from the user group, you can go and select the DNAC admin as a group. Submit. Great. Now I'll go and create one more. This time I'll give the name as observer1, OBS1. And here also I can go and give the password. Let's give the password and the password and the password. Great. This time this is part of which particular group? This is part of the DNAC observer. Click submit. Great. Now the next thing that we should do here is that we should go to the same place and we should go to the results, because what we need to do here that we need to create the Tachicus command set. So allow all admin. This is the command. If you check here, that means you're allowing everything. Likewise, by default, you will see that there is deny all. And here we are creating allow all. Now, if we have some selectivism, like you want to allow the observer command set, etc., then you can go here and you can click plus, and then you can go and give permit, and then the command you are allowing show with the star, that means all the show commands. You can go and save this. Correct. That means that you are giving this only. So permit any command that is not listed below. Now this is listed below, and you can use like this. Correct. Now we need to go and create the Tachicus profile. So here I will go and create two profile. One profile for DNAC admin. Correct. And this is the shell command. And for the admin, I want to go and give privilege as privilege 15. Correct. Now in bottom you can see that we have custom attributes that we should go and give the value for. So for custom attribute we should go and give, say, Cisco AV pair, and let's go back. We need to give this attribute as a mandatory, give the name, and then go back and give the role as well. So I'm going to assign two roles. One is for super admin and one is for observer. So let's go here and let's assign the role for super admin. Click here and then we can submit. Great. Likewise, I can go and create, say, DNAC observer. Here, what you can do that you can select actually the default privilege is, say, from 1, and the maximum privilege 15. And then if you have any access control list that you can give timeout and those things you can assign. Correct. Then you can go here and let's go here and give the mandatory and then the rest of the things. So I can go and check the rule as a observer rule. Correct. And let's go and put the value as a observer rule, and then we can go back and give the Cisco AV pair. Correct. So let's give this value here, Cisco AV pair, copy it and paste there. Great. Now this also we can go and save. So let's save this, scroll down, submit this. So now our Tachicus profile is also ready. The next thing we need to do is to go and create the policy set and the rule inside that. Now here I can go and create my own as well, or I can use default as well. Correct. So I can click here to policy set and then I will start creating my own. Or I can go here. Here you will see that we have the authentication and authorization policy. We can use this default authentication policy as well. There's no problem. Then inside the authorization policy, I can go and create two. So let's click this plus sign and a rule for, oops. So by mistake, I clicked this plus sign. That's why it is coming like this, but no problem. Let's close this first. Let me rename the name. First of all, I want to make this rule clear that this is rule for admin, and then we'll go and create authorization rule for the observer. So click admin and then click plus sign. This is the condition. Once you go there, then we have to go and check our, let's click here in the middle and then click to continue. First time if you'll do, it will try to guide you that what are the things you need. Go to the identity group name, and then this is equal to, first of all, for admin. So I want to create the rule for admin, and then I can scroll a little down. You can see admin, and you can click use it. So it's working, and we'll see that we have this. Then we can go and give the command set. So command set we have created allow all admin, and then we can go and give the shell profile that we have created for the admin. Now we can click here, save it, or we can go and add one more rule here. This time I want to add for the observer. So let's add for the observer. Give the name as OBS. Then we can go, likewise we can give the condition. So we can go and add the condition here. Let's go and add the condition. So again, we have the identity group, and inside identity group, we have the name. In this name, we'll go and this will be equal to the OBS that we have created. Click use this. Now, once this is done, we can go and give the command set. This is for observer, and then we can go and we can go and give the OBS shell profile. Now it is very much done. Let's scroll here down, click save, and now you can see that we have completed our sections related to configuring the ISE related to TACACS configuration and profile. Now what we need to do next is that we should go here to the DNA center first. We should go to the external authentication. And inside external authentication, we need to go and check the setting related to the AAA server. So we should have the AAA server that is ICE here. It should come up. And let me go and first of all enable the external authentication. See, once I have done that, then you can see this AAA server is coming, and we should go and give the shared key here. So let me go and give the shared key. And if you click view advanced setting, you can see that we have the TACACS option. It should be enabled. We can go and click update, and our configuration and settings related to the ICE, related to DNAC is done. So the testing purpose, what we'll do, that we'll go and with those users that we have created, we should go and try to log in to DNAC. So let's try the testing thing. Let me go and log into the DNAC, and we are going to give the user name that we have created as external user, obviously. And let's go here and let's give the IP and accept the warning, accept the advance and risk. So this time what I will do, that I will use admin1. Remember, we have created admin1. Oops, this is not the DNAC. I should go and log into DNAC, and that is 129.100. Yep, so 198.128.129.100. And here we can go. Now what we are going to do here, that we'll go and log in, and log in with the admin1. We have two users, one is admin1 and other one is the observer1. So let's try with admin1 here. So let me type username and password once it will allow me to type. Admin1, still it is loading. So I have given the username and password. Username, you can see that admin1 and the password for admin1. Now let's try to log in, and you can see that we are successful. So admin 1 is able to log in here. Now the same thing what we should do here, that we should go back to the ISE. So once you are back in the ISE, you can go to the operation, and inside the operation you will see the radius live logs. So once you go inside the radius live log, you can see the authentication is done, the authorization is done. You can expand this and you can see all the steps. So you can see the authentication is done, and one key thing we should check here, that the attribute that we have Cisco AV Peer Privilege 15 is done. Correct? So this is the way that we can verify our configuration as well.
Hello everyone. I'm going to give you offer related to CCIE lab. In this lab, what you will find, so let me quickly show you that. In this lab, you have multiples switches. You can see you have more than 16 switches, 20 routers. You have SD-WAN full-fledged lab. Actually, this is complete CCIE Enterprise 1.0 lab, where you can do section 1, section 2, section 3. Maybe you know that in CCIE exam, you have 3 different sections. Means already sections are defined, but generally these 3 sections that students are practicing. And in this 3 sections, you can perform everything, all the tasks you can perform in this particular EVE-NG lab. You can see the version and the supported images. This is exact match that we have in the exam as well. So for example, for SD-WAN, you need to work on vEdges and the vManage. Release is 18.4. That's the same release we have in the exam as well. So this will be your very much similar lab setup that you have in your CCIE exam for your practice purpose. Now, what you can't do in this lab, you can't do lab related to DNA, because in this EVE-NG lab, we don't have Cisco DNAC integration, and you can't do ISE lab as well, because in this we don't have ISE integration as well. For that practice, you need full-fledged online rake from any good place. You can go and have it. But apart from that, apart from 2.1, 2.2, actually, you can go and perform all the tasks. Even if you are not practicing for your CCIE exam, for example, you are practicing for your CCNP and you want to check your OSPF knowledge, BGP knowledge, MPLS knowledge, SD-WAN knowledge, all those tasks you can go and perform in this lab. With this lab, I'm providing the video guide, how to do all those tasks. Even we have the lab guide as well. So you can simply follow those guide. You can simply go and complete all those tasks. Suppose if you are new to the technology, so I have multiple free videos in YouTube and Udemy that you can go and refer to upskill your knowledge, to learn the technology, and then simply you can go and use this particular lab and you can break any CCNP, CCIE exam. Means you will pass it easily. Now, what is the cost? And these are the sections that we have in the CCIE exam. So what is the cost of this? Because I'm offering this for the students, so I put very little, a small cost here. So you have to pay only 150 USD to get this particular software. And how you can go and get it, you have to email me. So my email address, you can send me one email request. Let me write here, Ratnesh721 Kumar721 @gmail.com. Just email me and send me the request, and I will give you this particular nice software, full-fledged software, EVE-NG software, or the file where you can go and practice your CCNA, CCNP, CCIE, SD-WAN, full-fledged SD-WAN is there. So if you can go and watch my YouTube videos, in YouTube I have 22 hours SD-WAN video recording file, and so many SD-WAN videos I have uploaded in YouTube. those YouTube videos also you need some lab setup, right, to practice. So even if you're not preparing for your CCNP or CCIE, simply you want to learn Cisco SD-WAN, you can go watch my free videos in YouTube, use this particular lab setup, and you can perform your SD-WAN. You can become master in the SD-WAN. Likewise, if you're preparing for CCNP, and CCNP, again, we know that we have N-core and one elective. For that also, you can go and perform all the tasks related to routing and switching, OSPF, BGP, everything in this lab. It's a full-fledged lab. So I will recommend you to send this email right away. Take this particular lab, practice, enhance your skill, and become very good in the market, so you will get high paid salaries. All right. After that, you go and watch the technology video. Thanks for watching.